Chapter 1800. In the void, Yang Ling's figure moved with a solemn expression. As he approached Blazing Heaven's position, his body began to emit a faint red light, as if a layer of blood mist had enveloped him. The red light became brighter and brighter, and its power became more and more intense. Blazing Heaven, who had been standing quietly in place, finally sensed something. He turned his head to look in Yang Ling's direction, and a disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, Yang Ling stood 300 kilometers away from Blazing Heaven, his body glowing with red light. The power of the red talisman had been pushed to the extreme, and it could be activated at any time. The powerful aura caused Yang Ling's clothes to flutter and his hair to fly. He stared at Blazing Heaven with a solemn and focused expression. If Blazing Heaven made any inappropriate moves, the power of the red talisman would be activated immediately. Their eyes met, and Blazing Heaven raised his hand slightly, pointing it at Yang Ling, then crooked his finger and said in a mocking voice, "Do you dare?" Yang Ling didn't respond, even though besides him, Hu Dequan and Meng Su both possessed a red talisman each. But these were the few red talismans left in their Red Talisman Association. Every single one of them used would be one less. So he really didn't dare take the initiative to make a move. The power of the red talisman was terrifying, but he wasn't sure if it could kill a Rizhao. However, once he activated the red talisman, if Blazing Heaven didn't die, he would die without a doubt. He didn't dare to take the risk, so even if Blazing Heaven ridiculed and provoked him, he just ignored it and did his job well. Seeing Yang Ling not moving, Blazing Heaven snorted softly and ignored him. He spread out his divine sense, and could clearly sense that the cultivators under his command were dying, but he still didn't do anything, and only had an unfathomable expression on his face. In the end, Lu Yi still took action. The blood servants he had planted in St. Blood Mountain were exposed one after another, and the St. Blood Mountain team also realized that something was wrong, so they became more cautious. Of course, this wasn't the main reason he was forced to take action. The main reason was that there were a few cultivators on St. Blood Mountain side, and their divine nature was so strong that even Xiang Yin and her sister couldn't compare. These cultivators were the ones who'd been in this world for the longest time. They'd bathed in blood rain for an entire few thousands of years and refined various resources, allowing them to accumulate a sufficiently impressive amount of dense saint aura within their bodies. With such a cultivator leading them, the sacred blood mountain no longer had to endure the suppression of the sacred blood mountain. As a result, the Red Talisman Association's team was unable to quickly exterminate their enemies like they had in the beginning. Once the war broke out, it would be incomparably intense. There were casualties on the enemy's side, but there were also casualties on their side. Fortunately, the strength of the Saint Blood Mountain had been constantly weakened. Otherwise, the current situation would be very disadvantageous for the Red Talisman Association. Somewhere on the battlefield, the battle was extremely intense. The figures of the Red Talisman Association's cultivators flashed as they continuously evaded the sea of blood. At the same time, they executed various techniques. The cultivators of the Saint Blood Mountain were hidden in the sea of blood. With the sea of blood as their base, they had the absolute upper hand. Xiang Yin and Xiang Yin were in a sorry state, and they didn't dare get too close to the sea of blood at all, because the Saint Blood Mountain's cultivator that controlled the sea of blood was stronger than them in terms of saint aura. Once they were swallowed by the sea of blood, then they would definitely perish. Suddenly, a flowing light flashed over swiftly from a certain direction. Xiang Yin and Xiang Yin were shocked when they sensed this familiar aura. The Exalt Master has arrived. They'd been stalling for time all along because they were waiting for this moment. They'd personally experienced how terrifying Lu Ye's Saint Aura was, so they naturally knew what would happen next. They immediately sent out their divine perception to the cultivators on their side and told them to prepare to counterattack. After that, they saw Lu Yi didn't stop and charge headfirst into the sea of blood. In the next instant, exclaims of shock resounded. Even if they were very far away, Their bodies still went weak when the terrifying Saint Aura erupted. The entire sea of blood rumbled as it collapsed, revealing the figures of almost 10 cultivators that were hidden within it. All of them were at a loss for what to do and had terrified expressions. When they saw this, how could the cultivators of the Red Talisman Association, who'd received the instructions via voice transmission from Xiang Yin and Xiang Yin, wouldn't hesitate, and they seized this opportunity to pounce forward. Lu Ye's dense Saint Aura continued to surge as he held his saber horizontally in front of him. Saber light flickered as he unleashed a massacre. After the cultivators of the Red Talisman Association pounced over, the originally anxious battle immediately turned into a one-sided slaughter. After a short while, the battlefield quieted down. Lu Yi turned his head to look at Xiang Yin and Xiang Yin, who were standing in the distance. He discovered that although they were injured, they weren't seriously injured. They were just in a sorry state. Without stopping, Lu Ye's figure flashed and pounced in another direction. In that direction, a similarly anxious battle was erupting, and it was abnormally fierce. As time passed, the teams of St. Blood Mountain were eliminated one after another. The overall strength of both sides went from being crushed to gradually reaching a balance, and then the tables turned. In just a short 2 days, almost all the cultivators of St. Blood Mountain had been slaughtered. On a meteorite, Hu Dequan, who was covered in blood, returned and landed beside Lu Yi. Although he looked a little tired, his spirit was extremely high. "Brother, you've really made a good plan." There had never been a battle in the Black Abyss where the Red Talisman Association had such a satisfying victory. Although they had suffered some losses, and the losses weren't small, after this battle, the wings of blazing heaven on St. Blood Mountain's side were almost completely cut off. In just 2 short days, Hu Dequan had witnessed Lu Ye's terrifying ability to dispatch and kill the enemy. Any order he gave would cause a team of St. Blood Mountain to suffer. If it weren't for Lu Yi, this battle wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Lu Yi turned his head and glanced at him. Blazing heaven is still alive. Hu Dequan nodded solemnly. "So we still have to deal with him." Only by dealing with him could this battle be considered a true victory, and in the future, St. Blood Mountain would no longer exist in this region. While speaking, Hu Dequan frowned again. "But brother, I feel that something is not quite right." Lu Ye's eyes flashed. "What's wrong?" "Blazing heaven hasn't made any moves. I went to take a look from afar. Although Yangling used the power of the Red Talisman to restrain him, logically speaking, with St. Blood Mountain's heavy losses, Blazing Heaven shouldn't have done nothing. But since he entered here, he hasn't moved. I'm afraid he's up to something." Lu Yi nodded. "He's definitely up to something. Right now, no one knows what he's planning. But there's one thing, his subordinates are almost all dead. No matter what he's planning, he has no one he can use. Rizhao is terrifying, but he's alone. We still have more than 30 people, so if we work together, we should be able to take him down." Hu Dequan thought about it seriously for a moment, then agreed, "You're right." At this moment, Lu Ye's sound talisman trembled slightly. He checked it and said, "The last team of St. Blood Mountain has been destroyed. It's time to deal with Blazing Heaven." Hu Dequan's expression turned solemn. "Let's go. I've nurtured that red talisman for many years. It's time for it to see the light of day." The two of them flew forward together. Lu Ye's gaze was deep as he looked forward, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger. He had no way of guessing what Blazing Heaven was planning. Although he had secretly subdued some St. Blood Mountain cultivators and inadvertently discovered another secret, he knew nothing about Blazing Heaven. In this battle, even if Blazing Heaven was tied down by Yangling and couldn't personally take action, why didn't the St. Blood Mountain teams gather together after sensing that the situation was not right? Why did they continue to wander around in small groups? Logically speaking, if they gathered together, their ability to protect themselves would be much greater. However, they didn't do so. Their scattering undoubtedly gave the other side an opportunity to take them down one by one. In addition, Lu Yi didn't believe that Blazing Heaven didn't take action purely because he was tied down by Yangling. If he were in Blazing Heaven's position, with so many of his subordinates dead, he would have to give it his all, as long as he could withstand Yangling's red talisman. Then he could take the lives of anyone on this battlefield. As Lu Yi and Hu Dequan flew towards Blazing Heaven's position, the other cultivators on their side also received orders to gather together. The faces of all the cultivators of the Red Talisman Association were filled with excitement because they'd never experienced such a satisfying battle. In the past, every single time they went against the Saint Blood Mountain, they'd always been at an absolute disadvantage, and they'd always been forced to hide. However, this time, so many cultivators of Saint Blood Mountain had been killed by them. They hadn't even used many of the formations they had set up before, and the location of the origin source had never been exposed. Now, Blazing Heaven was the only one left in Saint Blood Mountain. Although there was no sunlight on their side, they had several red talismans and many cultivators who were still alive. Even if they used their lives, they could take down Blazing Heaven. They would definitely win this battle. In the void, Blazing Heaven was still standing there quietly. 300 kilometers away, Yangling was secretly activating the might of the red talisman as a deterrent. Even though he already knew that almost all the cultivators of Saint Blood Mountain had been killed, he didn't dare to relax in the slightest. His eyes were fixed on Blazing Heaven. If Blazing Heaven made any inappropriate movements, the red talisman's might would be activated immediately. Suddenly, Blazing Heaven looked at Yangling with a puzzled expression. "How did you do it?" Yangling became even more vigilant. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "What?" Blazing Heaven said slowly, "On the surface, my Saint Blood Mountain is several times stronger than your Red Talisman Association. How did you kill all the cultivators under my command? Also, what methods did you use to instigate those traitors?" He stood there and spread out his divine sense. Although he could sense the withering of life, he couldn't investigate the specific situation of the battle, so he was really curious. He could sense that there were cultivators under his command who had betrayed him, and there was more than one of them. However, those traitors shouldn't have affected the overall trend of the battle. "Do you think I'll answer you?" Yangling replied coldly. Blazing Heaven sighed. "Forget it. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. It doesn't matter." His dispirited appearance made Yangling frown. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he didn't dare to think too deeply about it, lest he become absent-minded. End of chapter. Chapter 1801. All of a sudden, Yangling detected a familiar aura quickly approaching him, and he became spirited. A moment later, two figures stood not far from him. They were Lu Yi and Hu Dequan, who had rushed over at the first moment. Soon, another team, led by Meng Su, arrived and assembled. After a while, the scattered Red Talisman Association cultivators gathered. Compared to before the battle, there were a dozen fewer people, and most of them were Red Talisman Association cultivators. Lu Ye's blood servants had also lost a few. Moreover, after 2 days of battle, almost everyone was not in peak condition. Some of them had not even recovered from their injuries. Even so, there were still nearly 30 people left. Looking at Blazing Heaven, Hu Dequan's face was filled with resentment. He couldn't help but think back to all the years he had spent fighting against the Saint Blood Peak. He roared, "Blazing Heaven, your time of death has come." He thought that Blazing Heaven would still be stubborn despite the situation. After all, he was facing Rizhao. Unexpectedly, he nodded and said, "Yes, you are really impressive." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the front, pausing slightly on Lu Yi. He revealed a puzzled expression because he had never seen Lu Yi before. However, he didn't seem to care too much and quickly moved away. Blazing Heaven's calmness made Hu Dequan frown. Recalling what Lu Yi had said to him, he couldn't help but shout, "What are you planning?" Blazing Heaven laughed. "My subordinates have all been killed by you, and I'm restrained here by your red talisman. What can I do? I'm just standing here waiting for death." Hu Dequan said angrily, "If you really want to die, why don't you commit suicide? Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Blazing Heaven raised his eyebrows. Why not? Hu Dequan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Of course, he wasn't naive enough to believe that Rizhao would commit suicide. Meng Su said coldly, "There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. As long as he's dead, no matter what scheme he has, it'll be useless." As he spoke, he raised his hand and a dazzling red light bloomed at his fingertips. Hearing this, Hu Dequan nodded. "Do it!" He also activated the power of his red talisman. Lu Ye's eyes flashed, and he also activated the power of the red talisman. All of a sudden, for streaks of red light blossomed in unison, and a terrifying might swept through the surroundings. Even though all of the cultivators present were Yu Yao, they couldn't help but feel their bodies and minds sway uncontrollably. All they could do was channel their power to protect themselves. After a short while, the power of their respective red talismans was pushed to the limit. To everyone's surprise, Blazing Heaven continued to stand there quietly, as if he didn't move at all. Instead, he looked at everyone with a pitiful expression. "Kill!" Hu Dequan roared as he activated the power of his red talisman. The red light condensed and transformed into a sharp blade that slashed towards Blazing Heaven. At the same time, Yangling attacked as well. His red talisman transformed into a ferocious and terrifying primordial ferocious beast. It was lifelike, and it roared as it charged towards Blazing Heaven like a bolt of lightning. The horn on its forehead flickered with red light as if it could destroy everything in the world. Meng Su's red talisman was slightly different from the other two. It was purely a huge palm print, and with every inch it pressed down, even the space around it was shattered. Hu Dequan and Yangling, who were the first to attack, suddenly turned their heads and looked at Meng Su in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, the expressions of the cultivators standing beside Lu Yi changed drastically. They suddenly felt as if a great disaster was about to befall them. An incomparably strong aura of death lingered around them, causing their bodies to stiffen. They instinctively wanted to dodge, but the space around them had frozen. Lu Yi sighed. When the red light spread out, a layer of red light enveloped his body, turning into a solid defense. The huge palm print pressed down. The 7 or 8 cultivators of the Red Talisman Association beside Lu Yi could only barely resist for a moment before their bodies exploded and died with despair. Even Lu Ye's bones creaked from the pressure of the palm print. The red light on his body dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although he had activated the defensive red talisman with the help of his precious blood, Meng Su's red talisman had been nourished for too long. Its power was incomparably terrifying. It seemed that the defensive red talisman alone was somewhat difficult to resist. Meng Su's expression was also astonished because he didn't expect that the red talisman that Lu Yi had activated was actually used for defense. Logically speaking, everyone should have activated the offensive red talisman at this time. After all, they had to join forces to kill Blazing Heaven. However, before the red talisman's power was fully activated, he didn't know what type of red talisman Lu Yi had activated. He only had his own preconceived judgment. He was just a little puzzled. Why would Lu Yi activate the defensive red talisman at this time? What was he guarding against? "What are you doing?" Yang Ling roared. Although he had already made a judgment, he still couldn't believe it. That was his brother, who had been with him for 2,000 years. He didn't understand why Lu Yi would do this, nor did he know when Lu Yi had changed sides. Before this, neither he nor Hu Dequan had noticed at all. As Yang Ling's words fell, Lu Yi, who was wrapped in a dim red light, finally moved. He activated the vertical sweep technique. Everyone only felt their vision blur, followed by the flash of a blade. When they came back to their senses, Lu Yi was already standing not far from Meng Su. The smear of blood on his pitch-black long blade was extremely eye-catching. It could be said that Meng Su had been caught off guard. From his point of view, when he activated the red talisman, Lu Yi and many of the cultivators around him would have been reduced to dust. No Yu Yao could survive the power of such a red talisman. However, Lu Yi had activated the defensive red talisman and blocked this terrifying blow, saving his life. Meng Su staggered back, his hand clutching his chest. He could clearly feel that his internal organs had been completely pulverized. Lu Ye's blade was incomparably fast and ferocious. It had directly cut off his chances of survival. However, with the powerful vitality of a late-stage Yu Yao, he wouldn't die so quickly. Feeling the arrival of death like this was undoubtedly an extremely torturous and terrifying thing. He looked at Lu Yi in disbelief. How did you find out? When he should have activated the offensive red talisman, Lu Yi had activated the defensive red talisman. This was clearly a precaution, so Meng Su understood that Lu Yi must have sensed something. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear to his question, nor did he have any intention of explaining. He only looked regretfully at the place where the cultivators of the Red Talisman Association had been standing beside him just now. There was only a pile of dismembered corpses left. When he had secretly subdued Zhou Tianbao, Lu Yi had already learned of a secret. Blazing Heaven had planted a spy in the Red Talisman Association. However, Zhou Tianbao didn't know who this person was. Lu Yi had been secretly investigating the Red Talisman Association during his time in contact with them, but to no avail. He hadn't been able to find any clues about the various conflicts with the Saint Blood Mountain. He only knew that this spy was extremely well hidden, and there was a high probability that this spy was one of the leaders of the Red Talisman Association. This was because an ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to overthrow the Red Talisman Association. Yang Ling, Hu Dequan, and Meng Su were all under his suspicion. However, he couldn't say this out loud. If he did, it would only make them suspect his motives. Compared to a cultivator tainted by the divine attribute, the Red Talisman Association would undoubtedly trust their own cultivator more. It was only when Meng Su impatiently activated the Red Talisman that Lu Yi vaguely came to a conclusion. However, there was one thing that Lu Yi couldn't understand. Meng Su definitely hadn't been tainted by the divine attribute, because when he activated the divine attribute, he hadn't been suppressed at all. Since that was the case, why would he cooperate with Blazing Heaven and submit to him? Moreover, this should have happened in the last 10 years. Otherwise, the Red Talisman Association would have been long gone. Why? Hu Dequan's gaze trembled as he looked at Meng Su. His face was extremely pale. Meng Su's sudden betrayal left him at a loss of who he could trust in this world. Meng Su's vitality was extremely dim. He looked at Hu Dequan for a long time before saying, "We can't win. I just want to live." Hu Dequan's gaze became unfocused, and then he flew into a rage. Blazing Heaven is going to die soon. After so many years of conflict, there will be an end to it. Who told you that we can't win? Meng Su opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but his vitality was completely extinguished at this moment. Hu Dequan's face was filled with grief, and Yang Ling wasn't any better. The remaining Red Talisman Association cultivators were all paranoid. No one knew if there was a hidden traitor among them. Blazing Heaven isn't dead. Lu Ye's calm voice rang out. Only then did Hu Dequan and Yang Ling come back to their senses. They turned to look at Blazing Heaven. The power of the red talismans had dissipated, but what they saw made their eyes shrink. Blazing Heaven was indeed not dead, although he looked a little battered. After all, he had blocked the power of 2 red talismans by himself. It was inevitable that he would be injured. Even his aura was somewhat weak. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with mockery. "You still want to win? Meng Su is right. You can't win. He joined me because he saw the truth, but you are all deceived by the falsehood." He stopped laughing, and his voice became stern. "No one can win." "Blood Sea!" Lu Yi shouted, and took the initiative to activate the Blood Sea technique. Xiang Yin and the others came back to their senses, and they all dove into the Blood Sea. As their blood qi was activated, the Blood Sea, which was already quite large, suddenly expanded in all directions, enveloping the group of Red Talisman Association cultivators. "Focus! Kill blazing heaven first!" Lu Ye's voice rang in the ears of the Red Talisman Association cultivators. Hu Dequan then shouted, "Kill blazing heaven!" The blood sea surged, and in an instant it covered a radius of 1,000 miles and quickly spread towards blazing heaven's position. Strangely, blazing heaven didn't have any intention of dodging the Blood Sea's attack. Instead, he had a crazed look on his face. He opened his arms and made a hugging gesture and shouted wildly, "Good, good!" In the next instant, his entire body was enveloped by the Blood Sea. Chapter 1802. The sea of blood surged, and his magic power fluctuated. Lu Yi had pushed his saint nature to the limit. With him in the lead, the cultivators of the Red Talisman Association, as well as a group of blood servants, madly besieged blazing heaven in the sea of blood. Although they had suffered heavy losses in this battle, there were still more than 20 people alive, and all of them were Yu Yao. If blazing heaven was at his peak, these cultivators alone might not be able to do anything to him. After all, he was Rizhao. It was like more than 20 star mansions fighting against one Yu Yao. If they didn't form an array, they would be easily defeated one by one. Moreover, blazing heaven's cultivation was higher, so he could fight whenever he wanted and escape whenever he wanted. He had an absolute advantage. However, under the suppression of Lu Ye's saint nature, blazing heaven's strength was greatly reduced. With the sea of blood sealing the area, he was doomed to die. However, the strange thing was that even in such a desperate situation, blazing heaven didn't panic at all. Instead, he laughed wildly. Facing the attacks from all directions, he didn't show any intention of defending. Instead, he met attacks with attacks. He didn't seem to care about his own life at all. The uneasiness in Lu Ye's heart had reached its peak. He was certain that blazing heaven still had something up his sleeve. Otherwise, how could the dignified Rizhao act like he wanted to die? Moreover, the words he said before were also thought-provoking. However, at this point in the battle, there was no turning back. No matter what blazing heaven's trump card was, he had to be killed first. The result of not defending was that blazing heaven's body continued to be injured. His flesh began to disintegrate, revealing his white bones. Casualties also appeared on his side. Under the suppression of Lu Ye's saint nature, blazing heaven's strength was far from his peak. However, the biggest difference between Rizhao and Yu Yao wasn't the increase in their physique or magic power, but their soul. In comparison, Rizhao's soul strength had reached a whole new level. Lu Yi could suppress his physical strength, but he couldn't suppress his soul strength. This led to the cultivators on his side being caught by Li Shang. Even if they didn't die, they would be injured. His terrifying soul power fluctuated wildly, constantly playing the sad song of death. Seeing the situation like this, Lu Yi didn't dare to delay any longer. He made a prompt decision and quickly retreated, far away from the area where the fierce battle was taking place. At the same time, he activated his magic power and a red light bloomed. Before he set off, the humanoid tribe had given him 3 red talismans. One was for attack, one was for defense, and the last one was for escape. It could be said to be extremely thorough. He had already used the defensive red talisman earlier, and now he was activating the offensive red talisman. Nightclubs were full of dreams. He wanted to use the red talisman to settle everything in one battle. Red light flashed, and even the luster of the blood sea could not hide this dazzling color. Lu Ye's aura rose crazily, and his clothes trembled. The red light seemed to have a life of its own as it flowed, towards the Pan Mountain saber in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the originally pitch-black Pan Mountain saber turned into a blood-red saber. Lu Yi held the saber in his hand, a powerful belief that everything in this world could be severed with a single slash of the saber appeared in his heart. Under the support of the red talisman, the Pan Mountain saber trembled. Lu Yi raised his other hand and gripped the saber's hilt with both hands. His spiritual sense surged in all directions as his body shot forward. After receiving his voice transmission, the cultivators who had been attacking Blazing Heaven quickly retreated in all directions. At this moment, Blazing Heaven, whose body was riddled with wounds, raised his head and looked towards Lu Yi. Even though he was separated by the sea of blood, he could still feel the ferocious power of the saber. He was still not afraid. The Blood Sea's powerful restrictive force was obviously afraid that he would escape, and so it wanted to bind him to the spot. However, he had no intention of escaping. Instead, he crazily surged his spiritual sense and attacked Lu Yi. In an instant, Lu Ye's spiritual sense was in turmoil. Fortunately, he had the Rainbow God Lotus to protect his spiritual sense. Therefore, he was able to withstand the attack of Blazing Heaven's spiritual sense. His body was wrapped in the red light. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance of 100 miles. The blood-red saber slashed down fiercely. Lu Yi wanted to activate his saber's power. However, under the support of the red talisman, the saber's power was too ferocious. He could not activate any saber's power. It was a simple and unadorned saber slash. After a slight tremor, the enormous sea of blood was instantly split apart like a piece of bloody tofu. The blood-red saber chi stretched for thousands of kilometers as if it wanted to cut open this space. Everywhere it passed, the meteorites and floating continents were reduced to dust. Muffled groans sounded. The blood servants had been hit by the saber chi, and all of them had turned pale. Although Lu Yi was the master of the Blood Sea, the blood servants had always been supporting him. When the saber slashed open the Blood Sea, they also suffered a backlash. The cultivators of the Red Talisman Association did not suffer any backlash, but under the powerful shock waves, they were unable to stabilize themselves. It was not until several breaths later that the dazzling red light gradually disappeared. Everyone immediately looked towards Blazing Heaven. They wanted to know the result of this saber slash. What they saw excited them. This was because where Blazing Heaven had been, there was no longer a body of flesh and blood. There was only a skeleton left. Blazing Heaven was dead. Lu Yi stood not far from the skeleton. The mountain saber in his hand was still in a slashing posture. His brows were tightly furrowed. The situation was not right. The saber slash just now was so powerful that it was impossible for Blazing Heaven, who was suppressed by the divine attribute and heavily injured, to survive. This was something Lu Yi had expected, but why were his skeletal remains preserved? Logically speaking, even if this saber slash could not reduce Blazing Heaven to dust, it should have at least cut him in half. But his skeleton was unreasonably hard. Under such a slash, there was no trace of damage. Lu Yi looked over and could not help but narrow his eyes. He discovered that on the eerie white bones, there were actually many crisscrossing and extremely complicated vein patterns spread out. The key was that these vein patterns gave him an incomparably familiar feeling. These were the patterns of the Blood Eye Spirit tattoo. They covered every corner of Blazing Heaven's skeleton. Looking at these patterns, Lu Yi could not help but recall a piece of information he had heard from Zhou Tianbao. Blazing Heaven had been cultivating a secret technique and had only achieved some small success a few months ago. When he heard this news, Lu Yi immediately thought of the Blood Eye Spirit tattoo. This thing had appeared with the appearance of the blood moon. If he could observe it, so could others. If there was a secret technique in this world that could interest a person like Blazing Heaven, it would undoubtedly be the Blood Eye Spirit tattoo that had appeared with the blood moon. When he was fighting with Blazing Heaven, Lu Yi had been wary of this because he had personally tried to activate the blood eye spirit tattoo and knew how strange it was. But in fact, Blazing Heaven had not shown any signs of activating the blood eye spirit tattoo. Lu Yi had not expected that Blazing Heaven would actually brand this blood eye spirit tattoo onto his skeleton. To be able to accomplish this, Blazing Heaven's attainments in the spirit tattoo Dao were absolutely terrifying. This kind of difficulty was not something Yang Kai could compare with when he branded the same spirit tattoo onto his talent tree. The great advantage of branding a spirit tattoo onto a leaf of a talent tree was that even if something went wrong, it could still be modified. With such convenience, as long as Lu Yi knew the specific structure of a spirit tattoo, he could easily brand it onto a leaf of his talent tree and use it for his own use. Any other method of constructing spiritual tattoos would not work. It had to be done in one go. One could imagine how difficult it was to imprint such a complicated spiritual tattoo on one's bones offline. But he had actually done it. But what was strange was that Blazing Heaven had not activated the power of this spirit tattoo from beginning to end. Moreover, neither the Red Talisman Association nor his blood warriors had mentioned that Blazing Heaven was proficient in the spirit tattoo Dao. Lu Yi suddenly had a lot of doubts in his heart and couldn't figure out what Blazing Heaven's purpose was. But no matter what, Blazing Heaven was dead in the end. This battle they had won. Looking around, there were less than 20 cultivators left in the messy battlefield. Just now, when they were fighting with Blazing Heaven, he had killed a few more. One had to know that there were originally more than 40 cultivators on their side, and the St. Blood Peak had more than 100 cultivators on their side. But in just a few days of fighting, a large number of Yu Yao and Ri Ri had died. Those who were still alive all felt that it was unreal. However, when Lu Yi saw the joy in Hu Dequan and the others' eyes, this joy quickly turned into surprise as they stared behind him. Lu Yi suddenly turned around and looked at Blazing Heaven's skeleton. At this moment, the white skeleton was blooming with a faint red light. This red light started from the ribs and quickly spread to the rest of his body. In an instant, the spirit tattoo branded on the skeleton was activated. This incomparably strange scene made Lu Yi completely unable to understand. Logically speaking, Blazing Heaven was already dead. No matter what he had branded on his skeleton before he died, it should not have been activated. But such a thing was happening right under his nose. Without any hesitation, the mountain saber returned to its sheath. Lu Yi grasped the saber hilt with one hand and assumed the posture of drawing the saber. His eyes became focused, and his magic power began to hum. The moment the saber was unsheathed, the flesh on Lu Ye's right arm began to split open. Not only that, but his entire body also bore a tremendous burden. Saber-drawing slash. A shocking saber light flashed. This was the strongest attack Lu Yi could use without using any external strength. With his middle Yu Yao cultivation, even if Blazing Heaven was still alive, such a close saber strike would not end well. But even so, this saber strike was unable to damage the skeleton in the slightest. Lu Yi could clearly feel that his saber strike was blocked by the strange red light. As the saber slashed out, the skeleton was instantly sent flying. In the surrounding space, an inexplicable strength seemed to be attracted by the skeleton, gathering towards it. Lu Yi focused his senses and quickly realized that this was the enormous blood and qi that had escaped from Blazing Heaven's body after his death. As Ri, Blazing Heaven's blood and qi was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. At this moment, the blood and qi that had already escaped was clearly attracted by some kind of power. It enveloped the skeleton and turned into a not-so-dense blood ball. End of chapter. Chapter 1803. What's going on? Hu Dequan flew over and asked. I'm not sure. Lu Yi shook his head. But it's definitely not a good thing. Blazing Heaven's actions before his death were too strange. Now that he thought about it, Blazing Heaven seemed to have taken the initiative to seek death. Not only that, But he also didn't care about the lives of the cultivators under his command. Otherwise, with Sacred Blood Peak's background, their side wouldn't have won so easily. Combined with the current situation, Lu Yi couldn't help but make a bold guess. Blazing Heaven really did have a backup plan, but this backup plan would only be effective after his death. This was very strange. If a person was already dead, what was the point of having a backup plan? Without any time to think about it, Lu Yi shouted, "Attack together!" No matter what Blazing Heaven's backup plan was, they couldn't allow him to do as he wished. So, as long as they could break the blood sphere that wrapped the skeleton and find a way to destroy it, no matter what Blazing Heaven's plan was, it would be useless. Having just won a victory, the many cultivators didn't even have time to catch their breath before attacking together, bombarding the blood sphere with attacks. However, what made them helpless was that no matter how fierce their attacks were, they couldn't shake the blood sphere in the slightest, only causing it to tremble in the void. All of a sudden, Lu Yi stopped and spread out his divine sense. He vaguely sensed that something was approaching from all directions. Soon he realized what it was. It was a blood vitality that was dissipating into the surrounding space, and the source of this blood vitality was the remains of the Sacred Blood Peak cultivators after they died. In the previous battle, after the Blood Warriors killed the Sacred Blood Peak cultivators, they didn't dare to casually refine their blood vitality because the blood vitality of the Sacred Blood Peak cultivators also contained a saint attribute. Rashly refining this blood vitality would be risky for the Blood Warriors. This was different from when they bathed in the blood rain and refined the weak saint attribute contained in it. If the Blood Warriors didn't refine this blood vitality, it would naturally remain in the area where the cultivators died. Lu Yi never expected that this residual blood vitality would actually gather here at this moment, and the source of this gathering was undoubtedly the strange blood sphere. It seemed to have the ability to draw in the saint attribute blood vitality. Just Blazing Heaven's blood vitality wrapped around the skeleton was enough to create such a situation. If this blood vitality were to be drawn in, who knew what would happen? Lu Yi hurriedly shouted, "Stop the blood and qi!" The cultivators who were attacking the blood balls were startled when they heard this. They quickly investigated and found the problem. They immediately tried to stop it. Lu Yi even spread out his blood sea, transforming it into a river of blood, and together with the other blood warriors, sealed off a large area. However, despite their efforts, they were unable to completely block off the blood essence that was being attracted from all directions. Streams of blood essence continued to enter the blood ball, causing the color of the blood ball to become denser. Not only that, but the surface of the blood ball was also covered in complicated patterns. A strange aura emanated from the blood ball. Lu Yi stole a glance at the blood ball and was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. In just a few dozen breaths of time, the blood sphere began to shine with a brilliant red light. Moreover, its surface was covered with lines that illuminated the surrounding area. At this moment, the blood sphere was no different from the blood moon that Lu Yi had observed from the outside. Moreover, the lines within the blood sphere were intertwined with one another, making the blood sphere look like a wide-open eye. The blood and qi no longer converged towards the blood sphere. Those that could be intercepted had been intercepted, and those that could not be intercepted had been absorbed by the blood sphere. It was also at this moment that the void trembled and hummed. It was as if a powerful force had descended from an unknown place and landed on the blood sphere. The blood sphere's dazzling light instantly shone brightly. All the cultivators who were staring at the blood sphere were in a daze at this moment, their spirit seas becoming restless. Lu Yi was also affected, but it was much milder than the others. He stared at the blood sphere that was violently changing and absorbing power from an unknown place. At this moment, many of his doubts were suddenly answered. Blazing Heaven was not proficient in the Tao of spirit runes, so ever since he entered this world, the Red Talisman Association had only mentioned this matter to the Blood Warriors. Otherwise, it was impossible for no one to not tell him such important information. Blazing Heaven was able to inscribe the complete blood ice spirit rune on his bones, not because of his own ability, but because a certain will was secretly assisting him. Only then could he accomplish this almost impossible task. He didn't care about his own life or death. It wasn't that he didn't want to live or wasn't afraid of death, but that he had been influenced by a certain will. His death, and even the deaths of the cultivators of St. Blood Mountain, were all in preparation for this moment. That will was about to descend into the source space. That will was the will of the blood ancestors, treasure blood. Only it could make someone like Sunshine be willing to die for it. When he met with Fong Lao before, Fong Lao had said that the blood ancestors' treasure blood could not enter this place. So, if it wanted to invade the source space, it could only rely on the continuous deaths of the cultivators of St. Blood Mountain. After these cultivators died, the remnant holiness would slowly infect the source space of Minuscule Mountain. This was the scene that Lu Yi had seen at the beginning. However, with his help, the situation of the source space had become much better. This space had been sealed by the source space, so it wasn't easy for the blood ancestors' treasure blood to descend. Otherwise, it would have succeeded long ago. According to its previous method, perhaps after many more years, the source space would be completely corroded by the holiness sooner or later. Once that happened, the source space would no longer have the power to seal it. The source space would be contaminated and the core world would be controlled by the blood ancestors' will. However, that would take too long, and the blood ancestors was clearly impatient. Looking at it this way, the information that Lu Yi had first heard from Xiang Yin was correct. Xiang Yin had said that if there was a day when the Red Talisman Association and St. Blood Mountain had a victor, the seal of this world would be broken. This was something that should happen because, fundamentally speaking, the struggle between the Red Talisman Association and St. Blood Mountain was a struggle between the source space and the blood ancestors' will. No matter who won in the end, there would be no need for the seal of this world. At this moment, the blood ancestors' will was using Sunshine's skeleton as a basis and the blood and chi of many first-generation blood race cultivators as a foundation to construct the blood eye spirit tattoo in the source space. This spirit tattoo alone wouldn't be very useful, but it could resonate with the blood ancestors while outside and guide it. As a result, there was a flaw in the seal of the source space. The blood ancestors could use Blazing Heaven's skeleton as a basis to descend here. Perhaps it wasn't just the will that descended, but also the drop of blood ancestors' will. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ye's mind, and he immediately understood one thing. This time they were in big trouble. He had thought that killing Blazing Heaven would be the end of the war, but who would have thought that it was just the beginning of a nightmare? Looking around, whether it was his subordinates or the cultivators of the Red Talisman Association, all of them had pale faces and were trembling. They had obviously been affected by the blood ice spirit tattoo, and the great terror brought about by the descent of the blood ancestors made it impossible for them to resist. This was especially true for the blood ancestors, who had all turned into soft-footed shrimps. This was the natural suppression of their bloodlines. Although Lu Yi wasn't that weak, under the influence of the blood ice spirit tattoo, his spirit sea was churning. If it weren't for the protection of the 7-colored divine lotus, his situation wouldn't have been any better than the others. Under such circumstances, he couldn't do anything to stop it. Bitterness filled his heart. Blazing Heaven was right. No one could win this battle. The people of St. Blood Peak had all died, and the Red Talisman Society and Blood Warriors hadn't survived either. Once the blood ancestors' precious blood descended here, it was likely this space would no longer have any vitality. Suddenly, the light of the blood ball became extremely dazzling. Then, in a situation where no one could see it, it twisted and transformed. The light dissipated, and the great terror that enveloped their bodies and minds also disappeared. The turbulent divine sea calmed down, and under this contrast, the cultivators all coughed up blood. Lu Yi was no exception. He raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth and focused his gaze in front of him. As far as he could see, The blood ball had disappeared. What replaced it was a slender and graceful figure. She was completely naked, and her curves were smooth. Strangely, there was no temptation at all. Instead, it was filled with an exaggerated sense of explosiveness. It was a tall woman with long, blood-red hair that covered her back. Her skin was fair, and her eyes were blood-red. However, there were lines in her pupils, as if two miniature blood moons were embedded in them. Lu Ye's heart thumped wildly. Even though he already knew that the blood ancestors' precious blood had given birth to its own will, he still couldn't believe what he was seeing. One had to know that the blood ancestor had died many years ago. Her body had been split into several pieces and turned into several realms. But a drop of her precious blood had strangely survived. Could this be considered the blood ancestor's precious blood clone? Could this be considered a rebirth from a drop of blood? In his shock, Lu Yi quickly discovered something. The eyes of this precious blood clone weren't clear, and there was a sense of ignorance and chaos in them. He immediately understood that Fong Lao was right. Although the blood ancestor's precious blood had given birth to its own will, this will wasn't complete, and it was still in an ignorant state. It seemed that the blood ancestors' plan to use Blazing Heaven's skeleton and the blood chi of many first-generation blood race cultivators to create a body and descend here wasn't something she could complete. Blazing Heaven must have contributed to this. In the void, the figures of the Red Talisman Association and the blood servants stood still, all of them dumbfounded as they stared at the precious blood clone that had suddenly appeared. None of them knew what was going on or why a living being had suddenly appeared. No one dared to act rashly. Even though the precious blood clone didn't seem to be a threat, the great terror it had brought to everyone when it had descended just now still lingered. Amidst this silence, the precious blood clone suddenly turned its head and looked in a certain direction, where Zhou Ran was standing. With just a glance, Zhou Ran felt as if a great disaster was about to befall her, and her expression became extremely terrified. On the other hand, the precious blood clone's ignorant eyes were filled with doubt, as if it had seen something strange. Then it stretched out its hand in Zhou Ran's direction and gently clenched it. A blood-red light burst out. End of this chapter. Chapter 1804. Zhou Ran, a late-stage Moon Jade Realm cultivator, had died just like that. The blood ancestor's precious blood clone clenched his fist and turned her into dust without any resistance. Her chi and blood drifted as if they were being drawn into the precious blood clone's body. Everyone felt their blood run cold when they saw this. No one had seen how the precious blood clone had done it. The moment she clenched her fist, no energy fluctuations had been released. However, Zhou Ran had still been squashed like an ant. This clearly didn't make sense. If the precious blood clone had displayed a powerful cultivator's radiance and killed Zhou Ran from a distance, it would have been understandable. However, what they saw just now didn't seem to be the case. Almost no one understood what had happened. Only Lu Yi had a faint insight into the truth. Zhou Ran was a first-generation blood race cultivator, and her divine nature came from the blood ancestor's precious blood clone. Therefore, when the precious blood clone descended, it could take away Zhou Ran's life. She was taking back her own power. Not only Zhou Ran, but all the blood warriors under Lu Ye's command were probably the same. This was because each of them had their own divine nature before Lu Ye's arrival. Just as Lu Yi thought so, the precious blood clone's gaze once again turned to the other blood warrior. When the blood warrior saw Zhou Ran's miserable end, he was terrified. He forcefully circulated his magic power and turned around to escape. However, it was too late. The blood ancestor's precious blood clone clenched his fist again, and the blood warrior of the mid-stage Moon Jade realm followed in Zhou Ran's footsteps. Run! Lu Yi saw that the situation wasn't right and hurriedly shouted. In the face of the blood ancestor's precious blood clone, the blood warriors couldn't do anything. On the contrary, they would only increase her power. The only thing they could do now was to escape. Even Lu Yi himself hurriedly retreated as soon as he finished speaking. In the blink of an eye, figures scattered in all directions. When the surviving cultivators of the Red Talisman Association saw this, they didn't dare to stay any longer and scattered like birds and beasts. The precious blood clone's performance was too shocking, and they couldn't even think of fighting back. It wasn't that they weren't brave enough. They had persevered for so many years, and they had already proven their courage by fighting against Blazing Heaven. However, Blazing Heaven's ability couldn't be compared to Blazing Heaven's avatar. As he fled, Lu Yi clearly noticed that his blood warriors were dying one by one, and only a moment later, only the Xiang Yin sisters remained. At this moment, the two sisters were like frightened rabbits, desperately trying to escape. They fled in the same direction as Lu Yi, because when Lu Yi shouted those words, they instinctively moved closer to Lu Yi, as if seeking some sense of security. However, they did not know that at this moment, even Lu Yi herself did not feel safe. "High Lord!" Xiang Yin turned her desolate eyes towards Lu Yi, her face full of pleading. She had also noticed the deaths of the other blood warriors, and knew that it would soon be her and her sister's turn. She also knew that in this situation, the great lord was at his wits' end, but at this moment of life and death, she still instinctively turned to Lu Yi. Lu Ye's fleeing figure suddenly came to a stop, and he rushed over to them, raised his hand, and hurriedly said, "Come in." As soon as the sentence was spoken, a strange portal suddenly appeared in the void. Xiang Yin and Xian, you didn't hesitate at all, plunging headfirst into it and disappearing. Lu Yi quickly closed the portal, stood still, turned around, and looked back at the area where the blood ancestor's precious blood avatar was located. They couldn't escape, as Xiang Yin and Xian Yu were taken into the little flower world. Lu Yi clearly felt the precious blood avatar's gaze fall on him. She was undoubtedly aware that there was a strong divine attribute in her body. Staring at each other across the void, Lu Yi pushed his spirit chi to the limit to protect his body, his spiritual energy also surging fiercely. Spirit rune and divine rune defenses were madly constructed, layer upon layer. He didn't know if he could block the precious blood avatar's grasp, but he didn't want to sit still and wait for death. As he watched with rapt attention, the precious blood avatar raised his hand and gently clenched his fist. At this moment, Lu Ye's heart almost skipped a beat. However, he soon realized that he was fine. This was because he didn't feel anything abnormal, which meant that the precious blood avatar's absolute control of the divine attribute had no effect on him. Lu Yi let out a long breath, feeling as if he had just narrowly escaped death. However, he had expected this situation. When he was refining the blood ancestor's divine blood, the talent tree had burned away everything that was disadvantageous to him, leaving only what was useful to him. In other words, the brand that originally belonged to the blood ancestor had been refined by the talent tree. So although Lu Ye's divine attribute was still suppressed by the more powerful divine attribute, he was no longer subject to the blood ancestor's divine attribute like the blood warriors. This was the fundamental reason why he had been spared. In the distance, the blood ancestor tilted his head slightly with a puzzled expression. Obviously, he couldn't figure out why Lu Yi hadn't died like the other cultivators and was unscathed. However, the blood ancestor's ignorant spiritual intelligence didn't give her much ability to think, so when she saw that Lu Yi wasn't dead, she rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yi, who had just rejoiced at his narrow escape, realized that he was most likely doomed this time. He could ignore the precious blood avatar's control of the divine attribute, but if the precious blood avatar attacked him personally, there was nothing he could do. Even if the precious blood avatar couldn't display the blood ancestor's peak strength, even if it could only display 10% of it, it wasn't something Yu Yao could resist. As the precious blood avatar got closer and closer to him, Lu Yi suddenly caught a glimpse of a light from the corner of his eye. In the blink of an eye, the light arrived in front of him and hit the space he was in. The space around him rippled. At the same time, an old voice rang out in Lu Ye's ears. "Don't move." Lu Ye immediately recognized that it was Elder Fong's voice. He immediately stopped in his tracks and even retracted his magic power. The space around him distorted, and Lu Ye couldn't help but have an extremely strange feeling. It was as if he was in this world, but also as if he wasn't. The precious blood avatar rushed to a spot not far away from him. The precious blood avatar's puzzled expression became even more puzzled. It kept looking left and right as if it was looking for Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi was clearly standing not far in front of it. Lu Yi held his breath. He knew that the precious blood avatar had lost his position under Elder Fong's technique. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi understood what was going on. After all, Elder Fong was the origin consciousness. Since it was the origin consciousness, it naturally had a certain degree of control over the power of this world, just like how little Jiu could control the power of the 9 provinces. Although Fong Lao was suffering from the corrosion of the blood ancestors' precious blood and was unable to completely control this world like Little Nine, he could still interfere with the space at a critical moment and banish him into the depths of the space, helping him survive. Fortunately, the precious blood avatar's intelligence wasn't high. Otherwise, it could easily break Elder Fong's technique. After all, the blood ancestors' precious blood had been corroding this world for many years and had a certain degree of control over it. It could easily break this level of spatial banishment. In the location of the origin, where the Red Talisman Association's cultivators had set up a large formation to conceal it, light began to bloom and the origin's aura flowed out clearly. The precious blood avatar, who was looking for Lu Yi with a puzzled expression, immediately turned her head and looked in the direction of the origin. In the next moment, her figure flashed like lightning, like a shark that had smelled blood, and she rushed towards the origin. Her action of rescuing Lu Yi had undoubtedly exposed the origin. After countless years of struggle, the treasured blood clone had finally arrived here with the help of blazing heaven. His goal was nothing more than to erode the origin. That was the will that the blood ancestor had left in the treasured blood. It was the first thing that the treasured blood clone needed to do. She couldn't enter this space, so all of her corrosion of this world was superficial. Today, she had finally broken through the blockade with the help of blazing heaven's deployment. After sensing the origin's aura, she naturally couldn't wait. In the blink of an eye, the precious blood avatar flew away. The power that had banished Lu Yi also disappeared at this moment. The moment the abnormality in the surrounding space returned to normal, Lu Ye's figure reappeared. Looking around, there was no one there. After this battle, everyone from St. Blood Peak had died, and the Red Talisman Association had also suffered heavy losses. In the end, it seemed that only a dozen or so people had survived. As for his own blood warriors, only Xiang Yin and Xiang Yin, who had been taken into the Little Flower World, had survived. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of using the Little Flower World in the beginning, but that the blood ancestor had acted too quickly. Even if he had used the Little Flower World at the beginning, he wouldn't have been able to save many blood warriors. Moreover, the size of the Little Flower World was limited. In just 2 days of fighting, Yu Yao had suffered more than 100 casualties, and Ri had fallen alone. This was definitely the second most tragic battle Lu Yi had ever participated in. The first was the battle outside the 4-way galaxy against the insect and blood race armies. In that battle, even Ri had died several times. Lu Yi looked in the direction of the origin again, but he couldn't see anything. There was no light, no aura, and he couldn't even detect the aura of the precious blood avatar. He wanted to see the situation over there, but he didn't dare to rush over casually. He could imagine that the origin's consciousness should be fighting with the precious blood avatar at this moment. However, this kind of struggle wasn't a simple battle, but rather a contest on a deeper level. After thinking about it, Lu Yi sent out a message. After waiting for a while, Yang Ling and Hu Dequan led the remaining Red Talisman Association cultivators and rushed over to meet up with him. Seeing that Lu Yi was still alive, Yang Ling looked relieved. Just now he had also fled. When he looked back, he saw the precious blood avatar chasing after Lu Yi. He had thought that Lu Yi would undoubtedly die, but who would have thought that he would survive? It could be said that he was lucky in the midst of misfortune. That woman, what is she? Hu Dequan still had some lingering fear, mainly because the deaths of the blood warriors under Lu Yi were too bizarre. Moreover, they had been in this world for many years, but they had never seen that woman. It was obviously unreasonable to say that St. Blood Peak had such a powerhouse. If that was the case, how could the Red Talisman Association have a foothold in this world? Chapter 1805. From the perspective of the Red Talisman Association, the Blood Ancestors' precious blood clone seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, and the process of its appearance was extremely bizarre. It's the Blood Ancestors' precious blood clone. Lu Yi replied, "Precious blood clone?" The group of Red Talisman Association cultivators revealed surprised expressions. Those of the blood race who possess divine nature can cultivate a secret technique that allows them to refine their own blood essence and condense precious blood. After further refinement, they can turn into a clone. I believe everyone knows that the blood ancestor shadow was behind the splitting of Fengsuan Mountain. The blood ancestor left a drop of his precious blood here, intending to invade the core and take it for himself. After so many years, that drop of blood gave birth to its own intelligence and continued the will of the blood ancestor. After listening to Lu Ye's explanation, everyone finally understood the origin of that strange woman. They also finally understood why cultivators would possess divine nature after being bathed in the blood rain of this world. It was because they had been infected by the power of the blood ancestors' precious blood. Blazing Heaven had already planned to sacrifice himself in today's battle, because this was the only way to help the precious blood clone descend into the inner world. As for the cultivators of the sacred Blood Mountain, Blazing Heaven didn't care about their lives at all. Even if they didn't die at the hands of the Red Talisman Association cultivators, the sacred Blood Mountains cultivators would be completely slaughtered when the precious blood clone descended. For the precious blood clone, all the first-generation blood race cultivators were nutrients to strengthen herself, and she had an instinctive desire for them. After hearing all this, the group of Red Talisman Association cultivators rejoiced in their hearts. After so many years of perseverance, some of them had been shaken. As members of the Red Talisman Association, they had been hiding here, and they're like rats. They had to face the suppression of the sacred Blood Mountain everywhere, and they also lacked cultivation resources. There were always people who betrayed them, but today they were finally glad that they had persevered. The beliefs that they had pursued for so many years had finally paid off. Otherwise, how could they still be alive? What's the situation now? Hu Dequan asked again, "Where is the precious blood clone?" Lu Yi looked in the direction of the origin and said, "She should have gone to invade the origin." Once these words were spoken, everyone's expressions became somewhat grave. Even though they didn't know the mysteries behind it, everyone knew that once the precious blood clone was allowed to infect the source, the world would definitely be turned upside down. They had been fighting against the sacred Blood Mountain for countless years, and they had barely been able to gain a foothold. However, if their essences were contaminated by the blood progenitor's power, they would have no chance of surviving. Most importantly, they couldn't leave this place at all. In the past, when they were fighting in the Black Abyss, as long as they could hold on long enough, all the invading enemies would be expelled from this space, and they would naturally be able to leave. But this time, everyone from St. Blood Peak had died. They didn't see any hope of leaving. Furthermore, with the current situation, they couldn't leave. What should we do? Yang Ling asked. Although he didn't know what to do, he couldn't just wait there. Lu Yi shook his head. To be honest, He didn't know what to do now. Previously, he had used the power of the talent tree to help alleviate the corrosion of the origin. Therefore, the talent tree could play a role in the battle between the origin and the blood ancestor's power. But the key was that the precious blood clone was too strong. He had managed to preserve his life with great difficulty under Elder Fong's protection. So how could he dare to casually approach it? At that moment, there was a sudden change in the direction of the origin. As the void trembled, red and white light suddenly bloomed, illuminating the entire space. Everyone turned their heads and looked in that direction. Even though they couldn't see the specific situation over there, they could vaguely infer the advantages and disadvantages of the confrontation just by looking at the changes in the two colors. The white light undoubtedly represented the origin's power, while the red light represented the precious blood clone. This was very easy to distinguish. At that moment, the confrontation over there suddenly entered an extremely intense level. However, what made everyone worried was that the red light clearly had the absolute advantage, and the white light was being eroded by a large amount. Looking from afar, it was like a snow-white canvas being rapidly dyed red. In less than half an hour, there was no longer any white in sight. Instead, it was all red. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. However, at that moment, a dazzling white light suddenly seeped out of the red light, which was as dense as blood. It was incomparably bright. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited and expectant. The red and white light intertwined endlessly, and soon they mixed together and became indistinguishable. Then, the distant light rapidly enlarged in their field of vision. "Why is it coming toward us?" Hu Dequan quivered, and his expression became flustered. In this kind of confrontation between big shots, Yu Yao was just a small fry. "Hurry up and get out of the way." Yang Ling shouted, and the cultivators of the Red Talisman Association quickly scattered. Lu Yi didn't move, because when the red and white light flew toward him, Elder Fong's anxious voice rang out in his mind. "Kid, I've already merged with her and can be considered to have completely trapped her. The rest is up to you. Open your spirit ocean." In an instant, Lu Yi saw through Elder Fong's plan. Elder Fong obviously knew about the powerful refining power of the innate skill tree, so he placed his last hope on Lu Yi. This was probably why he had saved Lu Yi at the critical moment. From his point of view, only the Dao tree bloodline could completely deal with the blood ancestors' treasured blood. No one else could. He had fought against the blood ancestors' treasured blood for countless years and had always been at a disadvantage. He had no hope of victory. Lu Ye's arrival had undoubtedly given him this opportunity. He had originally planned to wait until this battle in the Black Abyss was over before carefully formulating a plan with Lu Yi. In that plan, he was confident that he could borrow Lu Ye's strength to resolve the crisis that had plagued him for countless years. However, things didn't go as he wished. The precious blood clone had descended into the origin space. In this moment of crisis, there was no need to talk about a plan. He could only take a gamble. While saving Lu Yi, he had exposed his own aura and attracted the precious blood clone to corrode him. At this moment, not only did the origin space contain its own power, but the precious blood had also completely integrated into it. If there were no external interference, it wouldn't take long for the precious blood clone to completely corrode the origin space and allow the precious blood clone to take control of it. However, the precious blood clone didn't realize that this method had bound her hands and feet. The origin space was now like a cage, trapping her inside. If the precious blood clone had enough spiritual intelligence, she might have been able to detect some clues. However, her spiritual intelligence was still muddled, so how could she resist Elder Fong's scheme? Lu Yi had already opened his spirit sea. The next moment, he saw a ball of light fly in front of him and crash into his body. Even though Elder Fong had tried his best to control it, the powerful force was still not something Lu Yi could withstand. The moment it hit him, he felt all the bones in his body shatter. He felt dizzy, and his whole body was sent flying. He was so dizzy that he almost fainted. He couldn't even feel the pain in his body. Then, Elder Fong's voice rang in his ears. "Wake up! Don't fall asleep." Lu Yi bit the tip of his tongue and barely woke up. Then he steadied his body and checked his condition. After confirming that he wouldn't die, he hurriedly immersed himself in his consciousness. The next moment, his soul avatar appeared in his spirit sea. Looking up, a ball of red and white light was imprinted in his field of vision. It was undoubtedly the manifestation of the origin space. When Lu Yi first saw it, it was only covered with a faint layer of blood mist, but now its appearance had completely changed. Because he was in his spirit sea, Lu Yi could clearly feel that there were two powerful wills fighting in this ball of light. Red and white were constantly changing, and turbulence swept in all directions. The seawater turned into waves. Even with the suppression of the multicolored lotus blooming with multicolored light, there were some signs of it being unable to stop. "Quickly refine it." Elder Fong's voice sounded at this moment like a shocking thunder. Lu Yi was about to activate the power of the talent tree when he suddenly realized a problem. "Elder Fong, if I refine it, what will you do?" At this moment, the blood ancestor's precious blood wasn't the only thing trapped in the origin space. If Lu Yi refined it, he could indeed refine the power of the precious blood. But in this way, the consciousness of the origin space would also be refined. It was impossible to say that Lu Yi would only refine the precious blood and not the origin space. The two were already mixed together and couldn't be separated. Elder Fong's voice sounded. "I am very gratified that you can ask this question. However, there is no such thing as a perfect solution in this world. I use my body as a cage to restrain this fiend, and I don't want to fail at the last moment. Just refine it, don't worry about me." Lu Yi didn't say anything. Elder Fong knew what he was thinking and couldn't help but sigh. You should know that if the origin space is corroded by the blood ancestor's power and then escapes, the entire minuscule mountain will be plunged into misery and suffering. Moreover, as long as minuscule mountain still exists, the origin space will give birth to a new consciousness sooner or later. However, that consciousness might not be Elder Fong. Lu Ye's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Elder Fong, I'm sorry to offend you." As he spoke, the talent tree's phantom suddenly appeared behind his soul avatar. The towering trees, countless leaves burned fiercely. Countless roots extended from the tree's roots like living creatures, piercing into the origin space. The refining had begun. A large amount of black smoke rose from the talent tree. This was undoubtedly the power of the blood ancestor. It wasn't an impurity, but something harmful to Lu Yi. As if it had a consciousness, the precious blood's consciousness in the origin space violently resisted, causing the entire origin space to become restless. It made Lu Ye's divine sea feel as if doomsday had arrived. The 7-colored divine lotuses, light became increasingly dazzling. The light was like an invisible hand, calming the turbulence in Lu Ye's divine sea and reducing the pressure on him. Within the origin space, Elder Fong was also fiercely exerting his power to suppress the precious blood. Only now did Lu Yi have the time to spare to take out some healing pills and consume them to heal the injuries on his body. Then he took out a large number of fire-type treasures and began refining them. He secretly rejoiced that he had prepared a large number of fire-type treasures in advance. Otherwise, with such a consumption rate, the talent tree's refining might not have lasted for long. Chapter 1806. At the beginning of the refinement process, Lu Ye's deity ocean was in turmoil, and waves swept across it. Although the intelligence born from the blood ancestors, precious blood, was ignorant, it was instinctive to avoid harm. The refinement of the talent tree made it sense danger, so it naturally struggled endlessly. Lu Yi couldn't suppress it with his strength alone. However, the origin will used its body as a cage, and the precious blood had tried to infect the origin will. This caused it to fuse closely with the origin will. Unless it could completely suppress the origin will, it couldn't be separated from the origin will. The reaction in the deity ocean was a direct result of the origin will and the precious blood's resistance. During the continuous refinement process, the talent tree's fuel reserves were constantly being consumed. Lu Yi could sense that there was a mysterious energy within the origin will turning into his own nutrients. The most obvious change was that he could clearly sense that his own divine nature was rapidly and terrifyingly improving. This was only natural. The blood race's divine nature originated from the blood ancestor. How terrifying was the divine nature contained within a drop of the blood ancestor's precious blood! Since ancient times, no living creature had ever had such an opportunity. But now, Lu Yi had coincidentally obtained it. His divine nature continued to improve, bringing him a deeper understanding of the blood race's secret techniques. It was as if many of the mysteries of the blood race's secret techniques had been sealed in his body since birth. As his divine nature improved, they were revealed. In the past, his divine nature was powerful enough that no blood race member in the world could compare to it. However, he had never put much thought into the blood race's secret techniques. So, even if his divine nature was powerful, there should be many blood race members who could surpass him in terms of mastery of the blood race's secret techniques. But now, things were different. Lu Yi felt that even those blood race members who had lived for countless years couldn't compare to him in terms of mastery of the blood race's secret techniques. This was a passive improvement in the process of refining the precious blood. If he spent more time on this path in the future, the effects would be even better. Day after day of refinement, the activity in the deity ocean began to decrease. Lu Yi could clearly sense that within the origin will, Elder Fong's will and the precious blood's will were continuously being worn down and weakened. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the origin space, Lu Yi sat cross-legged, motionless. Yang Ling stood guard at the side. He wasn't the only one. All of the surviving cultivators of the Red Talisman Association were gathered nearby. For the past 3 years, they had been stuck here. They had tried to find a way out, but unfortunately, they had found nothing. At first, they had panicked. In the past, when they were fighting against Sacred Blood Peak, they had been in a bad situation, but at least they had some freedom. But in this source space, they didn't even have freedom, and there weren't many cultivation resources. Everyone almost thought that they would be trapped here until they died. It wasn't until one day that Lu Yi, who was busy, sent a message to Hu Dequan and briefly explained the situation. Only then did everyone relax and wait here. He waited for 3 years. Until today, Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was a little unfocused, as if a lifetime had passed. He didn't expect that it would take him so long to refine the origin source. The reason was that he didn't have enough fuel for the talent tree. If he did not care about the consequences and used all his strength to refine it, the efficiency would be faster, but the fuel consumption of the talent tree would be greater, and there would be a lot of unnecessary waste. So he could only control the efficiency of the refinement and ensure that the talent tree could use the fuel. This way he would spend more time. Fortunately, 3 years of hard work had paid off. Now that the talent tree's fuel had been used up, and although the blood ancestors' precious blood in the source space hadn't been completely refined, the will of the precious blood had been completely obliterated. So, there wasn't much of a problem. He only needed to replenish the talent tree's fuel and spend some more time refining it. Hu Dequan, who was at the side, faintly sensed something and looked over. He said in pleasant surprise, "Brother Lu, you're finally awake." Yang Ling also hurriedly looked over and asked anxiously, "What's the situation now?" Lu Yi was dazed for a moment before saying, "There's basically no problem." Everyone was overjoyed, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Hu Dequan stammered for a moment, but still couldn't help but ask. Then, the will of the source space, Lu Yi was silent for a while before saying, "I'll open the seal of this space. Let's talk about it after we leave." The seal and opening of the source space was originally controlled by Fong Lao. Now that Fong Lao was no longer here, and Lu Yi had basically refined the source space. He could naturally control it. As he spoke, he thought of something. The cultivators of the Red Talisman Association, who had waited for 3 years, felt the world change. When they came back to their senses, they were already back in the inner world. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the void. Lu Yi stepped out, followed by the 2 remaining blood servants. "We're finally back." Yang Ling looked like he had just escaped death. He let out a long breath. Being trapped in the source space for 3 years had really suffocated him. Hu Dequan looked at the surviving cultivators of the Red Talisman Association and sighed. Before the battle 3 years ago, there were more than 40 people on their side. Now, there were only a dozen of them. Fortunately, everyone from the Saint Blood Mountain was wiped out. From now on, there would be no more opponents in the world. Soon, Hu Dequan thought of a question. "Brother Lu, can we also break the seal of this world? Can we go home now?" Whether they were sent here by the Mini-Man tribe or accidentally wandered into this world, they had been here for too many years. They had been fighting against the Saint Blood Mountain all this time. Now that they had one, they naturally wanted to leave as soon as possible. Lu Yi sensed for a moment and nodded. "Any time. But please wait for a moment. I need to make some preparations." The seal of the inner world was Fong Lao's doing. He borrowed the power of the spectacle outside to isolate the attraction of the inner world to the other 3 parts of Fengsuan Mountain. If not for this, Fengsuan Mountain would have already merged into one place. However, if this was really the case, it would be a disaster for the Mini-Man tribe because the power of the blood ancestors, precious blood, would definitely spread to the entire Fengsuan Mountain. Fong Lao's actions were to protect the Mini-Man tribe. Now that Lu Yi had refined the source space and controlled the power of this world, he could naturally break the seal of the inner world. "No problem. Then I'll wait for your good news." Yang Ling replied happily. The people of the Red Talisman Association left, but the Xiang sisters stayed behind to wait on him. When they thought of Zhou Ran and Wang Taixing who had died in battle, they couldn't help but feel sad. Although before Lu Ye's arrival, the sisters had fought with him from time to time, they still had a tacit understanding of the general direction. When Wang Taixing first joined Lu Yi, he only had one wish, and that was to leave this damned place before he died. He was willing to sincerely join because, compared to Li Tian, he thought more highly of Lu Yi, who had a strong divine aura. Unfortunately, this wish didn't come true in the end. During the battle that day, if Lu Yi hadn't taken the risk to activate the Little Flower Realm to take them in, the sisters wouldn't have survived. After a moment, Lu Yi opened his eyes and revealed a thoughtful expression. Xian Yu stepped forward. "Lord, do you have any instructions?" Lu Yi shook his head and looked in a certain direction. "There's a spirit jade mine over there. You can go and cultivate." There were no more enemies in this world, so there was no need for them to wait on him. Moreover, even if there were enemies, with Lu Ye's current special status in this world, he could suppress them with a flip of his hand. After saying that, Lu Yi leaped and disappeared into thin air. The sisters glanced at each other before flying in the direction Lu Yi indicated. Sure enough, they found the spirit jade mine. At this moment, Lu Yi had already jumped out of the inner world and arrived in the outside world. The seal of the realm could seal other cultivators, but it couldn't seal him. The surroundings were somewhat familiar, so he should be inside the illusory blood magic eye wonder. Lu Yi suddenly thought of a problem. The illusory blood magic eye wonder's name originated from the demon eye blink. According to the information he had, the demon eye blink was the manifestation of the blood ancestors' precious blood's power. Now that the blood ancestors' precious blood was gone, the demon eye blink most likely wouldn't appear in the inner world anymore. Although the inner world would still have the demon eye blink, it didn't live up to its name. Perhaps after a while, the cultivators in the inner world would be very confused as to why the demon eye blink no longer existed. However, this had nothing to do with Lu Yi anymore. He had perfectly completed the mission given to him by the humanoid race. Next, he had to follow his original plan and bring the core back to the Jade Conch Mountain. This way, the Jade Conch Mountain would have a powerful backer in a short period of time. They would no longer have to worry about any dangers erupting in the star system. However, looking at the core, which was about 100 feet long and looked like a fake mountain, Lu Yi felt a little troubled. How was he going to bring such a big thing back to the Jade Conch Mountain? After thinking about it, Lu Yi opened the Small Flower Realm and tried to use the Small Flower Realm to store it. If he succeeded, it would be convenient. However, the result disappointed Lu Yi. The Small Flower Realm couldn't store the minuscule mountain core at all. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. The Small Flower Realm had a limit on the number of cultivators it could store. In fact, it wasn't very big. The minuscule mountain core didn't look very big, but it was still a realm. How could the Small Flower Realm contain it? If the Small Flower Realm couldn't store it, then there was no need to think about a storage ring. He couldn't possibly carry it, right? What kind of scandal was that? However, Lu Yi soon discovered that he seemed to be able to use this core as if it were a magic treasure. At the end of the day, it was still because he had refined the core's origin. Realizing this, Lu Yi felt relieved. Although it was a little ugly, as long as he could transport the core back to the Jade Conch Mountain, it wouldn't be a big problem. After planning his next move, Lu Yi already had a plan in mind. Soon, Lu Ye's voice sounded in the inner world. The realm seal has been broken. Fellow Taoists who want to leave can leave on their own. After saying that, a figure flew into the sky. Soon, there were people following him. A moment later, all the cultivators of the Red Talisman Association appeared in front of Lu Yi. Although they had already received Lu Ye's confirmation before, they couldn't help but feel happy when they really got rid of the realm that had trapped them for many years. They felt like they had been reborn. Chapter 1807. Apart from Yang Ling and Hu Dequan, who were specially sent here by the humanoid race, the rest of the cultivators from the inner world had basically wandered in by accident. They had all come to the Wonder to train themselves. Everyone had their own origins. Now that they had jumped out of the rut, they naturally would not stay. Many cultivators expressed their gratitude to Lu Yi one by one, exchanging musical notes and imprints before bidding farewell. No matter what, all of them had experienced a life and death battle together, and this wasn't an ordinary relationship. Moreover, they'd persisted in staying in the Red Talisman Association under such a situation and didn't seek refuge with St. Blood Peak, and it was sufficient to display their character and disposition. It could be said that these cultivators who had survived would have great achievements in the future if nothing unexpected happened. Soon, most of the surviving cultivators from the Red Talisman Association had left. Lu Yi looked at Yang Ling and Hu Dequan, who had stayed behind. "What are the two of you planning to do?" Yang Ling scratched his head. "I don't have any plans. I don't know where to go." They had known each other for quite some time. Lu Yi more or less knew about Yang Ling's situation. He had been adopted by the humanoid race since he was young, and had also grown up in Fengsun Mountain. Therefore, while the others could return to their own homes, he had no place to go. "Fellow Lu, now that the seal on the inner world has been broken, if we take the core away from this wonder, will the three parts of Fengsun Mountain fuse together without the isolation of the wonder's power?" Yang Ling asked. "That's right. This is also my next plan. It was also a task given by the humanoid race. All right then. I'll stay in the inner world and wait for Fengsun Mountain to fuse." He came from Fengsun Mountain in the south. To him, the south was his home. Now that he could stay here and wait to see his family, he naturally did not want to waste too much effort. "Old Hu, what about you? Do you want to go back to your homeland to take a look?" Yang Ling turned to look at Hu Dequan. Hu Dequan pondered for a moment and shook his head. "There's nothing to see. I'll accompany you." Hu Dequan's situation was different from Yang Ling's. He was not adopted by the humanoid race since he was young. However, The miniature humans had their own choices when recruiting foreign cultivators. Generally, they would not recruit cultivators with strong backgrounds because they would be difficult to control. Therefore, they only recruited those with good potential, but no background. The domain that Hu Dequan was born in was only a large domain, and he did not have any foundation in his homeland. Even if he returned after so many years, he was afraid that things would have changed. Ha ha ha. Yang Ling laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. All right then, let's see who can advance to sunshine first. Hearing this, Lu Yi immediately reminded them, Gentlemen, don't try to refine any of the resources in the core region, especially the spirit jade mine. The will of the precious blood clone had been completely obliterated, but there were still remnants of the precious blood's power in the origin. All the resources in the domain had remnants of the divine nature, including the spirit jade mine. The Xiang sisters could use the spirit jade mine to cultivate, as they were first-generation blood kindred. However, Yang Ling and Hu Dequan could not, unless they wanted to be contaminated by the divine nature. This was undoubtedly not what they wanted. After all, they had persevered for so many years, and they could not break their perseverance after winning. As he spoke, Lu Yi handed over a storage ring. It's not much. Just use it. Once I settle down, you won't be short of resources. He originally had a lot of spirit jades and spirit crystals on him, but they were all for himself. When he came to the inner world, he gave the Red Talisman Association a batch of resources. Later, he joined forces with the Red Talisman Association and shared a part of it. Now, he did not have many resources left. However, the fuel for the talent tree had been used up, and he did not plan to cultivate for the time being. Yang Ling happily took it. We're all brothers, so I won't stand on ceremony with you. Hu Dequan poked him and whispered, Not brothers! He did not forget that Lu Ye's cultivation companion was Su Yuqing. According to seniority, Lu Yi was his martial uncle. The two returned to the inner world. Lu Yi looked at the 10 feet tall fake mountain in front of him before leaping up and landing on it. With a thought, the core shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Along the way, meteorites and floating landmasses were smashed into pieces. Lu Yi had no intention of changing direction at all. He only drove the core under him like a starboat, and it was very easy to drive it. When driving the starboat, he had to at least activate his own magic power. However, he did not need to do that to drive the core. After refining the origin, Lu Yi felt as if the core had become a part of his body. Although there were still some barriers because he had not completely refined it, it did not affect him much. As for whether such an impact would damage the core, there was no need to worry at all. After all, it was a part of a starry sky treasure, and it could not be damaged so easily. Since there was no need to worry, and Lu Yi was in a hurry, he naturally pushed the core's speed to the limit that he could control. This was not the limit of speed, but the limit of Lu Ye's ability to adjust the direction when he encountered something ahead that he needed to avoid. It was not that he was afraid of damaging the core, but the road ahead was long. If he went too fast and ran into some realm, it would be a great sin. In just a few days, they were out of the wonder's range. Lu Yi had used the power of the origin to seal the core in advance. This way, even if he left the wonder with the core, the 3 parts of minuscule mountain would not immediately merge. He planned to wait until he returned to the 9 states before removing the seal. After leaving the wonder, Lu Yi focused his mind and used the Rainbow Divine Lotus to search for the passage to the Soul Race's ancestral land. Using the Soul Race's ancestral land as a transit point to return to the Jade Conch was his only way. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to fly like this. Moreover, Lu Yi did not know where the Jade Conch was. After searching for a while, he found nothing. This meant that there was no passage to the Soul Race's ancestral land nearby. Lu Yi was not in a hurry. He flew forward casually, feeling around from time to time. There were many passages connecting the Soul Race's ancestral land to the outside world. As long as he flew far enough, he would definitely be able to sense the location of a passage. If that did not work, he could still return to the 10,000 elephant, see the same way he came. Traveling like this was extremely boring. Lu Yi had to be careful at all times, and he couldn't split his attention to cultivate. Fortunately, half a month later, when he immersed his mind once more, he finally sensed a trace of a faint connection through the 7-colored divine lotus. As expected, there was no doubt a passage to the soul race's ancestral land in that direction. Lu Yi immediately steered the core in a different direction and flew in that direction. As time passed, the connection became vaguely clearer. However, the distance was still very far. Several days later, Lu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the core, suddenly looked into the distance. Under the enhancement of the insight spirit pattern, the scene that was imprinted in his eyes made him frown involuntarily. There was a realm in the void ahead. However, at this moment, this realm was being invaded by an external enemy. The invading force was a huge insect hive. This insect hive was floating not far outside the realm. Although the insect hive was much smaller in size, the situation in the void battlefield was extremely intense. Lu Yi could clearly see that outside the realm, countless cultivators had formed a defensive line to resist the invading insect race. Around the battlefield, who knew how many pieces of corpses were floating. This was undoubtedly a realm war as well as an invasion. Back then, the four-way galaxy had encountered such an invasion. If Lu Yi had not lured Dancer here, it would probably have been invaded by the insect and blood races. In the starry sky, the number of insect hives drifting around in search of invading targets was not particularly large, but it was not small either. Each of these huge insect hives was equivalent to a drifting realm. Before discovering an invading target, the insect race would rest and recuperate. Once they discovered an invading target, they would come out in full force. Generally speaking, in a realm occupied by such an insect hive, all living creatures would be wiped out. The insect race would stay in the realm for some time until all the resources in the realm were extracted before leaving. At this time, the invaded realm would be in tatters, without the slightest bit of life. Many dead stars in the starry sky came about in this way. Lu Yi did not know which star system this was, nor did he know which realm was invaded. But since he had encountered it, he did not intend to stand by and do nothing. It was fine if he did not have the ability to intervene, but the key was that he had the ability to intervene and kill the insect race. There was no mistake. He immediately changed direction and drove the course straight towards the huge insect hive. At first, the two sides fighting in the void did not notice anything. After all, the battle was so intense that they could not afford to be distracted. But as Lu Yi continued to approach, his whereabouts were eventually exposed. The first to discover him was a sunshine insect race member. Outside the chaotic battlefield in the void, there was another battlefield. That was where Nicho was fighting. Two Nicho from the insect race were fighting against a single human. Their strength seemed to be on par with each other. 1 against 2, the human Nicho was undoubtedly in a bad situation. But even so, it would not be so easy for Sunshine Insect race member to kill him. Just as Lu Yi was approaching the battlefield with the core, one of the two Sunshine Insect race members suddenly separated. A pair of wings on his back flapped and flew straight towards Lu Yi. Before he even got close, a powerful spiritual energy bombarded him. Lu Yi, who was sitting cross-legged on the core, did not even make a sound. He tilted his head and fell down. Seeing this, Sunshine Insect race member could not help but coldly snort. "You overestimate yourself." Although he didn't place Lu Yi in his eyes, the core beneath Lu Ye's body surprised him. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that this core was no ordinary object. As for what it was, he had no way of knowing. But no matter what it was always right to take it first. Thinking so, he went up to the core and reached out to grab it. Lu Yi, who had already fallen on the core, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him calmly. There was no trace of injury. Sunshine Insect race member could not help but be startled. Before he could react, a devouring force swept out and enveloped him. Then his vision blurred, and the noisy battle disappeared without a trace. He did not know why he had come to another world. When he turned his head to look around, he saw 4 figures surrounding him. When he sensed them, he was greatly surprised. These 4 people were all late-stage Moon Jade Realm cultivators. End of chapter. Chapter 1808. Hikari's sudden disappearance shocked the other Zerg, who was fighting with his enemy. While he was distracted, the human Hikari managed to turn the tables around. Hikari was fighting 1 against 2 just now and was in a bad situation. Now that he had turned the tables, he immediately counterattacked and entangled his enemies. Although he didn't know Lu Ye's background, nor did he know why Rizhao had mysteriously disappeared, but Lu Yi was indeed a human and had helped him, which made him very grateful. Hikari was unable to get away in a one-on-one fight and was very anxious. Seeing the core that looked like a fake mountain heading straight for the Zerg's nest, Hikari roared angrily, "Stop him!" The Zerg's nest was the foundation of this Zerg tribe. Naturally, it could not be lost. Many Zerg cultivators received the order and activated their power to attack Lu Yi. In an instant, spiritual power and magic power became chaotic. No one could underestimate such a concentrated attack. Lu Yi, on the other hand, remained seated at the core, not moving at all, completely ignoring the attacks coming from all directions. With a thought, a mysterious power spread out from his inner world and turned into an invisible barrier that enveloped the surrounding space. This mysterious power was the power of the inner world itself and not Lu Ye's magic power. After refining the core's origin, Lu Yi realized this. Not only could he drive the core like a planetary boat, but he could also mobilize the power of the inner world for his own use. This was a very strange experience that Lu Yi had never experienced before. If he did not have such confidence, he would not have dared to barge into the battlefield where Hikari was fighting for supremacy. The Zerg cultivators' attacks were all blocked by the invisible barrier and could not hurt Lu Yi at all. Some of the Zerg cultivators in front could not dodge in time and were directly smashed to pieces by the core. The distance between the Zerg and the Zerg's nest was quickly shortened. The huge Zerg's nest that was originally in front of them began to move. Clearly, the Zerg inside had sensed that the situation was not right and wanted to control the nest to avoid it. However, it was not easy to move such a huge Zerg nest. The Zerg could not control the inner world as easily as Lu Yi. Under the horrified gazes of countless Zerg cultivators, the core that was more than 100 feet long crashed into the huge Zerg's nest. The unparalleled speed, coupled with the impact of the bounded domain, caused a huge crater to appear before the eyes of the insect clan cultivators at the point of impact. With a crushing force, a hole was smashed through the heart of the huge hive. Who knew how many insects had died inside at that moment? That was not the end of it. Almost as soon as the inner world flew out of the hive, the terrifying impact completely exploded inside the hive. The insect nest itself wasn't too sturdy, and it couldn't withstand such an impact. The insect nest, which already had a hole in it, was torn apart by the force of the impact. Many insectoid cultivators were enraged. The humans, on the other hand, were suddenly energized. Rizhao, the only human, roared, "Kill!" In this war, the biggest headache for the humans was not the disparity in military strength, nor was it the disparity in the number of sunshine. It was the insectoids' continuous combatability. Once the insectoids were heavily injured, they would quickly return to their hives to recuperate. It would not take long for them to reappear on the battlefield, brimming with energy. On the other hand, the humans did not have such convenience. As the insectoids grew stronger, the humans became more and more strained. If there were no accidents, this war was destined to end with the humans suffering a crushing defeat. Once that happened, their bounded domain would be destroyed, and all the humans within would be slaughtered to the last man. No one would have thought that in such a precarious situation, a divine soldier would descend from the heavens, riding an unknown treasure, and smash the Zerg's hive into pieces. This would undoubtedly greatly reduce the pressure on the humans in the subsequent battles. Furthermore, that uninvited guest had used some mysterious method to eliminate one of the enemy's members. Rizhao, countless humans looked in Lu Ye's direction gratefully, but he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ye was already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, riding on the core. At this moment, the core came to a stop under his control. His body swayed, and he entered the inner world. A great battle was breaking out. The Xiang sisters, Yangling and Hu Dequan, the 4 late-stage Yu Yao, had joined forces to fight fiercely against Rizhao of the insectoid clan, who had been swallowed into the inner world. Under normal circumstances, the 4 late-stage Yu Yao would not be a match for Rizhao, even if they joined forces. Rizhao's ability was not something the Yu Yao could compare to. The Yu Yao could not break through the suppression of the divine soul alone. However, the inner world was barely able to maintain a balance on the battlefield. The Xiang sisters activated the Blood Sea technique with all their might, trapping Rizhao of the insectoid clan within. Yangling and Hu Dequan hid within, waiting for an opportunity to strike. From time to time, they would launch sneak attacks, and if they missed, they would immediately flee. In the midst of the fierce battle, Yangling's divine consciousness surged, and he sent a voice transmission to his companions. What's going on? Why did Rizhao of the insectoid clan suddenly appear? Where did he come from? Where is Brother Lu? Explain. He had too many questions. The Battle of the Black Abyss had ended. The sacred blood mountain had been eradicated, and even the blood ancestors' treasured blood had been suppressed. He and Hu Dequan only needed to wait patiently. One day, the 3 divisions of Mount Fangsuan would reunite, and he would be able to see his beloved again. Who would have thought that just now he would inexplicably appear here, along with the sisters and Hu Dequan? And then, Rizhao of the insectoid clan appeared in front of him. And so, a muddle-headed battle broke out, just like that. He was muddle-headed, but Rizhao of the insectoid clan was even more muddle-headed. From the perspective of the insectoids, the blood race was their natural ally. If they met in the starry sky, even if they did not drink and chat merrily, they would at least show signs of closeness. This was a deep friendship that had been forged through countless battles between the 2 races since ancient times. So, he simply could not understand why there was a blood race ambushing him here. He tried to communicate with the other party, but he did not get any response at all. In his frustration, he could only go all out and prepare to kill the other party first. However, just as he was about to do so, a scene that shocked him appeared. An inexplicable force descended from the unseen world, making him feel as if he was carrying a mountain. If he was not strong enough, he would have knelt on the ground, unable to move. It could be said that at this moment he could not even unleash 60% of his peak strength. He immediately cried out in shock, "The power of heaven and earth!" Someone was controlling this world's power of heaven and earth to suppress him. This was simply inconceivable. If one wanted to control a world's power of heaven and earth, they had to become the master of that world and refine its source. It was not that there were no such cultivators in the starry sky, but they were extremely rare, and every one of them was a true realm master. He really could not understand why he was so unlucky to run into one. Even though he could only unleash 60% of his peak strength and was trapped in the Blood Sea, he was still able to fight evenly with Xiang Yin and the others, occasionally even gaining the upper hand. What he relied on was nothing more than his spiritual energy. His soul attacks were invisible and traceless, making it impossible for Xiang Yin and the others to guard against them. If this continued, once he found a flaw in their defenses, it was very likely they would be defeated one by one. Just as the 4 late-stage Yu Yao were in a terrible fix, Lu Ye's aura suddenly appeared. The 4 were overjoyed. In the next instant, the sound of a fierce battle came from the Blood Sea, accompanied by a muffled groan. The entire Blood Sea seemed to be boiling, and the powerful impact almost overwhelmed the Xiang sisters. At this time, Hikari, who was shrouded in the blood sea, was bewildered. He had also sensed Lu Ye's arrival and immediately recognized that this was the human Yu Yao who had suddenly barged into the battlefield, the one he wanted to get rid of. Initially, when he saw that the other party was only at the middle stage of the Yu Yao realm, he didn't think much of him. However, after that brief exchange of blows, he realized one thing. This human Yu Yao was ridiculously strong. So far, none of the Yu Yao he had met were stronger than him. Fortunately, his opponent was only a Yu Yao. If he was also a Hikari, he was afraid that he would be in deep trouble. Was he the one controlling this world's power of heaven and earth? Thoughts flashed through Hikari's mind. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what was going on. But no matter what, this Yu Yao was the most suspicious. Thus, Hikari immediately pounced towards Lu Ye's location, intending to finish him off first. Almost at the same time, Lu Yi activated his blood sea technique, merging his own blood sea with Xiang Yin's blood sea. In an instant, the blood sea became even denser. Sensing Hikari's clear killing intent, Lu Yi wielded his mountain blade and dashed away. Hikari's movement technique was unpredictable to begin with. Now that he was in the blood sea and had the void spirit runes to form, he was even more unpredictable. Hikari was instantly dumbfounded. Even though his cultivation was one realm higher than Lu Ye's, he still could not grasp Lu Ye's whereabouts. There was no pattern to Lu Ye's movements. Hikari often thought that he had grasped Lu Ye's position, but when he attacked, he missed. Lu Yi would take advantage of this opportunity to close in on him and slash down with his mountain blade, leaving a wound that was neither deep nor shallow. Not only that, Xiang Yin and the other three did not stop attacking. They followed the principle of hit and run, not giving their opponent any room or leeway to counterattack. Hikari the Zerg flew into a rage. He felt like a lone lion, with a few sneaky hyenas poking him from time to time. Faced with such a situation, he didn't have a good solution. If he was at his peak, he could easily crush a few Yu Yao. Unfortunately, he was being suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. Suppressing his anger, he calmly waited for a good opportunity. It was impossible for the enemy's attacks to be flawless. As long as he could find a flaw, he would be able to win. In other words, he could make countless mistakes, but the enemy could only make one mistake. I have the advantage. Gradually, however, he felt that something was not right. His wounds were healing very slowly. There seemed to be an extremely strange power lingering around his wounds, hindering his recovery. Even with Hikari's physique, he could not avoid it. Sore throat. Feeling. Hit again, F***. How sad. I've been suffering since the beginning of August. End of chapter. Chapter 1809. What made Hikaru even more terrified was that there was an inexplicable power coming from the blood sea, causing his blood to flow out of his wounds. Even when he tried to use his magic to block it, he was unable to do so. The strange power of the Fang, coupled with the blood-tracing technique, was a battle tactic that Lu Yi and Ma Shangxi had come up with together a few years ago. It was suitable for powerful enemies like the one before them. If they couldn't kill them in one blow, they could only wear them down slowly. The power of the Fang was the key. Without the power of the Fang, which could hinder the healing of wounds, the blood-tracing technique wouldn't work. Although Ma Shangxi wasn't here, the Xiang sisters could still easily use the blood-tracing technique. Hikaru's intense and sullen battle thus began. This was definitely the greatest torture he had ever encountered in his life. He clearly had the ability to kill the enemy in one blow, but he couldn't grasp the enemy's whereabouts. As time passed, Hikaru's body was in tatters. Lu Yi had inflicted countless wounds on him. It had to be said that Hikaru's physique was really strong, especially when his opponent was an insect. With Lu Ye's promotion to Yu Yao, the mountain blade that had also been upgraded to a magic weapon was sharp enough. Lu Yi had also enhanced it with the Divine Edge spirit mark. Even so, every slash of the blade couldn't cause any substantial damage to the enemy. At most, it would leave behind some superficial wounds. It was precisely these wounds that were neither painful nor itchy to Rizhao, but now they had become the heavy burden that crushed the enemy. After a full day of fighting, Hikaru's face had become extremely pale. His aura had also weakened greatly. He looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. He wasn't the only one like this. Other than Lu Yi, the other Yu Yao were also like this. First, this kind of battle consumed too much energy. These few Yu Yao had been tense all the time. Their magic power had been fully activated. To be able to hold on for so long was already a reflection of their strength. Second, each of them had endured more than one soul attack from Hikaru. That kind of attack was hard to resist, and it was also the thing that puzzled them the most. Under the repeated attacks, the four Yu Yao were a little dizzy and uneasy. Even their movements were much slower. Under Lu Ye's orders, the four of them had already retreated from the Blood Sea battlefield in advance to avoid being killed by the enemy. At this moment, Lu Yi was the only one left in the sea of blood, fighting the enemy alone. Victory was about to be decided. Lu Yi made another tentative attack. After leaving a new wound on Hikari's body, Lu Ye's expression turned solemn. He reached out his hand and grabbed the air. A slender bone blade appeared in his left hand. The bone dagger came from an insectoid he had killed in the past. That guy should be a descendant of Green, Prickly Beetle. He had used the great windmill secret technique on Lu Yi, but Lu Yi had perfectly broken it on the spot and killed him without knowing why. His two bone blades became Lu Ye's spoils of war. The bone blade was actually a part of the insect's body and had been tempered by the insect for countless years. It was extremely hard and sharp, and was not inferior to the best magical treasures. In terms of quality, it was probably only slightly worse than the current mountain plate blade. Leaping could only weaken one Zerg Sunshine, but it could not kill him. He couldn't use Draw Lu Yi. Ever since the battle in the Black Abyss, he had been refining the origin source and hadn't nurtured the Draw Spirit Rune. At this stage, the most violent secret technique he could use was the Great Windmill. He had once used this secret technique to kill Hikari, who was affected by Dancer. History might repeat itself today. Lu Yi gently exhaled, and the boundless blood sea also rushed into his body at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the blood sea dissipated. On the surface of Lu Ye's body, blood and qi were steaming, and a faint red mist shrouded him. In a very short period of time, his blood and qi were pushed to the limit, and his magic power hummed in his body. Suddenly freed, Hikari didn't react, but soon looked weakly at Lu Yi, and his expression couldn't help but tremble. He also realized that Lu Yi was going to kill him, but soon he showed a look of surprise because he suddenly saw a strange blood-red mark appear between Lu Ye's eyebrows. Flower of the body. Hikari opened his eyes wide, trying to make sure he didn't see wrong. As Hikari, his experience was naturally extraordinary. He had heard some secrets about cultivation, and one of them was this flower of the body. Legend has it that cultivators who reach the peak of the constellation realm will condense the flower of the body. But he had only heard of this kind of thing and had never seen it before, so he couldn't be sure if it was true or not. In his opinion, there were many outstanding constellation realm cultivators in his clan, and those constellation realm cultivators had reached the point of no further progress. But none of them had condensed the flower of the body. He always thought this was a rumor, but who would have thought that he would see it with his own eyes one day? He suddenly understood why the strength of this human in front of him was so strong. It was because he really reached the peak of the constellation realm, achieving a feat that countless creatures could only dream of. A strong sense of crisis arose in his heart, and Hikari smelled the breath of death. In the face of such a crisis, he roared and used all his power to activate his soul secret technique. This was the killing move he had been preparing for a long time, and he hadn't used it until now, just for this moment to turn the tables. At the same time, Lu Yi released his spiritual energy, and his right eye suddenly turned blood-red. Amidst the blood-red light, countless complex and tiny runes appeared in his eye, making it look both strange and terrifying. The blood eye had appeared. This was the second time Lu Yi had used the blood eye spirit rune since he obtained it. The first time was a test, and it allowed him to slightly understand the mysteries of the blood eye spirit rune. It was of the same origin as the blood eye spirit rune he saw in the Wonder that day. When this blood eye spirit rune was activated, it had an obvious illusory effect, mysterious and powerful. The Hikari in front of him was not the same person who was affected by Dancer's power and had his movements restricted. He was also not Blazing Heaven, who was besieged by so many Yao and wanted to die. Even if Lu Yi was using the power of his inner world to suppress him, even if he looked incomparably weak, Lu Yi didn't dare to be careless when facing such an enemy. So he used all his abilities, even pushing his strength to the limit. The appearance of the flower of the body was the most obvious sign, which meant that Lu Ye's blood qi had been pushed to the limit. On the other side, Hikari subconsciously looked into the blood-red eye. In an instant, he was in a trance. It was as if he saw an indomitable giant, high above, looking down at him with one eye. It was as if he saw a blood-red moon rising into the sky, bathing in the moonlight, and the whole world was dripping with blood. In the end, he was still Hikari. Even if Lu Yi activated the blood eye spirit rune, it would only affect him for a moment. In the next instant, all the illusions in front of Hikari's eyes disappeared, but his expression changed drastically. This was because the killing move he had carefully prepared had been disturbed in that instant, showing signs of collapsing. This directly led to an extremely bad outcome. His spirit sea-churned, and the power of his spirit became chaotic. It was like a spell cultivator who was about to cast a large-scale spell and was interrupted at a critical moment. The turbulence in his magic power would inevitably cause a backlash. Hikari's current situation was similar. He opened his mouth and let out a miserable cry, his face contorted in pain. He instinctively raised his hands to cover his head. When Lu Yi saw this, he didn't hesitate at all. He rushed forward and slashed down with the mountain blade. His body rotated as the mountain blade slashed down and the bone blade rose. The first few slashes were still traceable, but after a few more slashes, there was only a violent storm of blade light that enveloped a large area. In the distance, Yang Ling and the others, who had already retreated from the battlefield, were dumbfounded. Even the Xiang sisters were no exception. Although Lu Yi had already displayed strength that exceeded his cultivation base in the battle with the Red Talisman Association, they really didn't expect that what they saw was not the whole story. This was probably Lu Ye's true strength. That terrifying killing intent and violent attack were not things that Yu Yao could withstand. Yang Ling considered himself to be one of the strongest Yu Yao. He secretly imagined that if he were to face such an attack, he wouldn't be able to last more than 2 breaths. The blade light slowly receded. Lu Yi stood on the spot, holding the blade with both hands. His blood and qi were boiling to the extreme, and the blood mist on his body was rising. With him as the center, within a radius of 100 miles, there were numerous crisscrossing ravines that were extremely shocking. Hikari the insect was nowhere to be seen. Only pieces of his corpse remained on the ground, evidence that he had once been alive. Although they had expected this, Yang Ling and the others still felt like they were in a dream when they saw this scene. Yu Yao had killed Hikari. This was such a ridiculous thing, and it was happening right under their noses. Yang Ling felt that he would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. Cracking sounds continued to ring out. Lu Yi staggered slightly. He didn't know how much of his flesh had been broken in an instant. He put away the Pan Mountain saber and bone saber, sat down cross-legged, took out a spirit pill and swallowed it. He silently recovered, his expression emotionless. Hikari the insect was not the first to die at his hands. Moreover, Hikari the insect was unable to unleash his full strength in this battle, so there was nothing to be happy about. If there was a day when he could kill Hikari with his own strength, then it would be worth celebrating. That day would come eventually, and it wouldn't be too late. A few days later, Lu Yi recovered. After exhorting Yang Ling and the others who were still healing, he leaped out of the inner world. Then he took out his star boat and rushed back the way he came. He wanted to see the situation on the other side of the battlefield. Although he had taken away Hikari and destroyed the insect's nest, which should greatly relieve the pressure on the human cultivators in that realm, there were still some things that he had to see with his own eyes. Before Lu Yi could reach the original battlefield, a group of cultivators flew over. They were in a hurry, and their divine consciousness spread out as if they were searching for something. End of chapter. Chapter 1810. The cultivators coming toward him were not in good condition. They looked like they had been through a great battle and were in a sorry state. After seeing Lu Yi, the leader, Yu Yao, immediately came up and cupped his fists from afar. Lin Qi of Life Origin greets fellow Taoist. Lin Qi had seen Lu Yi from afar. After all, when Lu Yi drove the core into the scorching battlefield a few days ago, he sat cross-legged on the core and did not hide his figure. So many cultivators had seen him from afar. For the Life Yuan realm, one of the two insect races Rizhao was taken away, and the insect race's nest was broken. This was undoubtedly a great help. If not for this, the Life Yuan realm would have been in a terrible situation. Therefore, even if he didn't know Lu Ye's identity, he still had a grateful look on his face at this moment. This was a genuine, life-saving grace. The cultivators behind him also saluted in unison. Lu Yi returned the greeting. Yu Luo Lu Yi. He had wanted to investigate the situation of the battle over there, but after seeing Lin Qi and the others, he understood that there was no need to investigate anything. If the battle had not ended, these people would not have come over. From their posture, it was obvious that they were looking for him. The Life Origin realm should have won. Although he already had a guess, Lu Yi still asked. As expected, Lin Qi told him that the insectoids had retreated. The insectoids' biggest reliance was the two insectoids, Rizhao and the nest. However, one of them had mysteriously disappeared, and the nest had been smashed into pieces. They had lost their advantage. Many cultivators of the Life Origin realm fought back and killed countless insectoids. The remaining insectoid Rizhao saw that the situation was not good and immediately retreated. He was probably afraid of Lu Yi because his companion's disappearance was too strange. He did not dare to stay outside the Life Origin realm until he knew the whereabouts of his companion and whether he was alive or dead. Although the Life Origin realm had won this battle and saved the realm, they had suffered a great loss. Rizhao was seriously injured and was now recuperating in the realm. I came to investigate under the orders of Uncle Master Qin Jiang. Fellow Taoist Lu, that insectoid Rizhao. Lin Qi looked at Lu Yi. The Qin Jiang he mentioned was undoubtedly Rizhao of the Life Origin realm. Lu Yi replied, "Don't worry, my friend. That insectoid Rizhao is already dead." Lin Ran and the other human cultivators were overjoyed. They hurriedly asked, "May I ask which senior helped us?" It wasn't that he looked down on Lu Yi, but it was clear that Lu Yi was only a mid-Yueyao realm cultivator. The gap between Lu Yi and Ri Ri was too big. It was impossible for Lu Yi to have such means. Lu Yi also realized this problem, so after pondering for a moment, he replied, "Your master personally killed him." Since he couldn't say that he was the one who killed him, he might as well make up a story. Lin Qi had an expression of understanding. She looked behind Lu Yi and asked, "May I ask if your master is now?" Lu Yi opened his mouth and said, "Master was injured in a battle with the enemy and is currently recuperating. He ordered me to check on the progress of your battle." Lin Ran's expression tightened as she asked with concern, "Are your injuries serious?" "It's not that serious. If you don't mind, can you ask your master to go to the Life Origin realm to heal? In addition, Marshal Uncle Qin Jiang would also like to express his gratitude in person." Lu Yi shook his head and said, "There's no need. My master's temperament is more of a loner. He's not used to interacting with others. Since the battle in your realm is over, we won't stay here any longer. Take care, fellow Taoist. Lu Yi cupped his fists and turned to leave. Lin Chi was anxious. Fellow Taoist, please wait. We can't repay such a great favor. No matter what, please let us do something. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to Uncle Master Qinjiang when we return. Lu Yi stopped and turned to look at him. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly thought of something and said, If that's the case, then please collect some fire attribute resources and bring them over. My honored master has great use for them. He had used up all the fire-type resources on him, and even the fuel reserves of his talent tree had been used up. He had planned to replenish them in the future, but now that he had the chance, he could get some for his use. Moreover, although this battle had not consumed much of his energy, what he had consumed was the foundation of his inner world. The power to seal Hikaru came from the foundation of his inner world. This was also the reason why Lu Yi had used the great pinwheel secret technique at the last moment. Sealing Hikaru had consumed a lot of the foundation of his inner world. The sooner he got rid of his opponent, the sooner this consumption would end. Otherwise, Lu Yi could have slowly killed Hikaru without taking the risk. It was very troublesome to recover the foundation of a realm. Lu Yi was only asking the life origin realm for fire-type resources. Compared to the consumption of the realm's foundation, it was nothing. Lin Chi's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. With that said, he took out a sound talisman and sent out a message. Soon he looked at Lu Yi. The inner world will do its best to collect fire-type resources. They will be delivered in half a day. While waiting, Lin Chi and Lu Yi chatted. Lin Chi repeatedly mentioned that he wanted to pay a visit to his non-existent master and thank him in person. But Lu Yi fooled him. Lu Yi also thought of a problem. Although we won this battle, if the insectoids come back, how will you deal with them? Hikaru had not died and had escaped. It was hard to guarantee that he would not find other insectoid nests and lead them to the life origin realm. This might take a long time, but it was very likely that the day would come. Lin Chi could not help but sigh. But there is no good way to deal with it. We can only work hard and cultivate. Hopefully, when that day comes, our realm will have enough strength to protect itself. Lu Yi did not speak. He had just happened to be there and helped the life origin realm, saving them from disaster. However, they would not be so lucky next time. They would have to work hard. The insectoid and blood races were the most notorious races in the universe. Relatively speaking, the insectoid race was more dangerous than the blood race. This was related to the way the two races lived. The blood race had several realms, which were all formed by the remains of the blood ancestor after his death. They were basically fixed. Even if the blood race went on expeditions, they would only kidnap living beings and rear them to ensure the supply of blood. However, the insectoids were different. This race did not have a fixed place to cultivate. The insectoids usually used their nests as their foundation and wandered around the universe. If they encountered a target that they could invade along the way, they would start a war. However, there were exceptions to everything. Sometimes there were also blood race members in the nests. The two races often cooperated. Half a day later, a cultivator rushed over from the life origin realm and brought a few storage rings for Lin Chi. Lin Chi checked them and handed them to Lu Yi. Fellow Taoist, can't I ask your master to go to the life origin realm to heal? Lin Chi wanted to make one last effort. Lu Yi shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. We have no fixed residence and wander around. As humans, we should help our friends when they are in trouble. As for going to your realm to heal, there's no need. Master is already meditating, so it's not good to disturb him. Lin Chi sighed. Your master is righteous. I will remember this in my heart. If we meet again in the future, I will definitely repay him. See you later. Lu Yi cupped his fists, picked up the rings, and left. Lin Chi and the others watched. A moment later, Lu Yi returned to the core and sat cross-legged on it. With a thought, he drove the core and continued on his way. While traveling, he refined the fire-type resources he had obtained from the life origin realm. In a few days, he had completely refined them. After checking the talent tree, Lu Yi felt a little relieved. There was no fuel for the talent tree, which made him feel more or less uncertain. Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the fuel was not enough at the moment. He had not completely refined the blood ancestors' precious blood mixed in the origin. He could only think of a way in the future. At the very least, he had to settle down the core first. Another storage ring appeared in his hand. This was left behind by the insectoid Rizhao after his death. Rizhao's inheritance. Lu Yi was full of anticipation as he focused on cracking the restriction lock on the storage ring. Half a day later, when the restriction lock on the ring was broken, Lu Ye's face darkened after checking it. This was because the inheritance in the ring was worlds apart from what he had expected. There was almost nothing good in it. There were not even many spirit jades and spirit crystals. Thinking about it carefully, this was not strange. The insectoid's way of survival was destined to not leave too many resources on their bodies. The resources they obtained were basically invested in the insectoid hive. The insectoid hive could turn all the resources obtained by the insectoids into nutrients. The insectoid's cultivation, healing, and growth were all carried out in the insectoid hive. This was somewhat similar to the fuel stored in his talent tree, except that the insectoid hive stored the resources obtained by the insectoids as nutrients. Now, the nutrients accumulated by countless resources had disappeared with the destruction of the insectoid hive. Lu Yi was helpless. Moving forward, the core finally arrived at the designated location. In the void, Lu Ye's divine sense surged. With the rainbow god Lotus in his divine sea, he connected to the soul race's ancestral land. As time passed, the connection grew stronger, until a certain moment, a door suddenly opened in the void in front of him. Lu Yi drove the core and rushed in through the door. The world spun. When he came back to his senses, the familiar scenery was imprinted in his eyes. He had arrived at the soul race's ancestral land. At the same time, on the immortal spirit peak of Mount Fengtsuan in the east, Su Yuqing, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes with a puzzled look, because at that moment she suddenly felt something strange. This was something she had never felt before. Not only her, but Wu Qima, who was sitting on the ethereal peak and watching the rolling clouds, also looked puzzled at the same time. On the cloud sea peak, Chen Shanhai stood with his hands behind his back. He suddenly looked up at the sky and raised his eyebrows. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly rushed into the sky. Sensing Chen Shanhai's movement, Su Yuqing and Wu Qima's figures flickered as they rushed towards the sky. The three great sunshine already had a guess. As to whether this guess was true or not, they still had to verify it with their own eyes. Even as strong as the three of them, they looked excited and expectant, because if their guess was true, it would be a joyous occasion that the hominid race had been waiting for countless years. Illness really came like a landslide. Yesterday it was just a sore throat, but in the afternoon it started with a fever. The fever lasted through the night, and when I woke up in the morning, both my eye sockets hurt. My entire body was sore and weak. I have to go to the hospital. Then, after today's update, please forgive me. End of chapter. Chapter 1811. On the way out, the three Rihos of Mount Fengtsuan in the east met. They looked at each other and saw what each other was thinking. After a short while, the three of them flew out of Mount Fengtsuan and into space. Turning around, Wu Qima's pupils constricted. "It stopped," he exclaimed. Su Yuqing frowned. Chen Shanhai's expression was grave. The three of them had just noticed that something was wrong with Mount Fengtsuan. They had assumed that something had happened to the core, which was why they were filled with anticipation. However, when they came out, they realized that this wasn't the case. "What does this mean?" Wu Qima couldn't figure it out. What he was seeing was different from what he had expected. Ever since the blood ancestor had broken Mount Fangsuan, the three divisions had been separated and the core had been lost. Since then, the three divisions of Mount Fangsuan had been using the core's location as a reference. This was why the Rihos of Mount Fangsuan had been able to figure out where the core was hidden. All these years, they had been working hard to find the core. They had even sent Yu Yao, who had been carefully nurtured by them, to that wonder. In the Rihos' minds, if someone could bring the core out of that wonder, then the three divisions of Mount Fangsuan would immediately start moving toward the core's location and merge back together. After so many years, they had all thought that Mount Fangsuan had suddenly started to move. However, what they were seeing now didn't seem to be the case. If someone had really brought the core out of the wonder, then Mount Fangsuan wouldn't have stopped moving. Instead, it would have turned around and flown toward the core. This was what Wu Qima couldn't understand. Then, a hair-raising thought appeared in his mind. The core can't have been destroyed, right? If Mount Fangsuan wanted to stop, it could be controlled. Previously, Mount Fangsuan had stopped on the 10,000 manifestations, for 2 months. However, this time couldn't have been too long. Otherwise, it would have affected Mount Fangsuan's trajectory. Now, none of the three Rihos had controlled Mount Fangsuan to stop. The fact that Mount Fangsuan had suddenly stopped made one's imagination run wild. One possibility was that the core had been destroyed, which was why Mount Fangsuan had stopped moving in the east. Chun Xianhai shook his head. Although Mount Fangsuan has been split, if the core was destroyed, the three divisions would definitely be shaken. Now that the east is peaceful, the core should be fine. Su Yuqing nodded, agreeing with Chan Xuanhai's point of view. Then what's going on? Wu Qima scratched his head. He had never encountered such a strange thing in his life. Su Yuqing's eyes flashed as she said, "There's another possibility." Chun Xianhai turned to look at her. According to our analysis, the reason why the three Fangsuan mountains are unable to fuse with the core is because there is a type of isolating power in that wonder that prevents the fusion of the two. If that isolating power suddenly becomes much stronger and completely cuts off the connection between the core and the headquarters. This was because the headquarters was based on the location of the core. Now that the core was completely isolated, without this base, the headquarters Fangsuan mountains stopped moving. The spectacle has changed. Chin Xuanhai's frown deepened. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Minimen tribe. After all, the core was inside the wonder. Who knew if this change would be good or bad for the core? That Louis Ye has been there for more than 3 years, right? Wu Qima suddenly looked at Su Yuqing. Do you think this change has anything to do with him? No one knew the answer to this question because the Minimen tribe had no way of contacting Liu Ye. Back then, Zhang Kuan had left after sending Liu Ye to the vicinity of the wonder. Because he wasn't sure if Liu Ye had gained anything from this trip, nor was he sure how long he would stay in the wonder. Zhang Kuan couldn't possibly wait for him forever. Su Yuqing was silent for a moment before suddenly turning to Chin Xianhai. Senior brother Chin, I want to go and take a look. She was still a bit worried. In truth, she regretted telling Liu Ye about the core. She hadn't expected Liu Ye to immediately go and look for it. Chun Xianhai could roughly understand Su Yuqing's feelings and didn't try to dissuade her. Instead, he said, Junior sister, if you really want to go, there's no need to rush. No one knows the reason behind this change, and no one can guess what will happen in the future. There's no harm in waiting a few more days and observing the situation. Perhaps you'll discover something new. If there are no changes, it won't be too late to go then. His words made sense. Su Yuqing suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and slowly nodded. Chun Xianhai raised his hand and said, Let's go back first. Since there are changes here, the other 2 tribes should also have changes. Let's discuss it with those old fellows first. The 3 Sunshine tribes returned to the domain. Another half a day passed. In an illusory palace, illusory figures appeared one after another. They were all the spiritual projections of the Sunshine Tribe experts of Mount Fengsuan. Although the three tribes were divided, they were still incomparably close. If they paid a price, they could even allow the tribes to communicate freely. It was naturally not difficult to project one's spiritual consciousness to one place to discuss important matters of the tribe. Compared to meeting with one's spiritual consciousness in one place, the price to pay was much lower. Just as Chun Xianhai had predicted, not only did Mount Fengsuan in the east stop moving for a moment, the same thing also happened in the south and west. However, no one knew the specific reason. In the end, they could only conclude that the core was completely isolated, which was why there were changes in the three tribes of Mount Fengsuan. While the three Sunshine Tribes were gathered for a meeting in the ancestral land of the Soul Race, Lu Yi drove the core to a five-colored lotus land. From afar, he saw many figures moving about on the lotus land, many of whom looked familiar. These figures were the immortal essence guards of Immortal Essence City. Lu Yi also saw a big white tiger lying down and sleeping somewhere on the lotus land. Several figures were gathered around it with sincere and solemn expressions. It was unknown what kind of secret technique they were cultivating. Soul power that seemed to resonate with each other surged out from the Hu and the other figures. The big tiger, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly opened its amber tiger eyes and looked in Lu Ye's direction. Then, it hurriedly got up and pounced happily at Lu Yi. It jumped high and turned into the size of a cat in midair. Lu Yi smiled and grabbed it in his hand. After rubbing it for a while, the amber tiger closed its eyes and let out a satisfied purr. After playing with it for a while, Lu Yi asked, "Where's Yi?" As soon as he asked, he saw a door appear somewhere on the lotus land. Yi's little head poked out from it, obviously sensing something. "Lu Yi!" Yi cried out in surprise. Just like the amber tiger, she pounced on Lu Yi and bumped into him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and buried her head in his chest. Lu Yi held on to Hu Pu with one hand and her waist with the other. They spun a few rounds before slowly coming to a stop. Yi didn't want to let go at all, until Li Shang's voice sounded, "Fellow Taoist Lu!" Lu Yi smiled and replied, "Fellow Taoist Li Shang, long time no see." A moment later, in Yi's residence, Lu Yi looked around with his hands behind his back. The lotus land was a very strange place. From the outside, it looked like a huge, blooming lotus. This was also the habitat of the soul race. The lotus lands in the soul race's ancestral land were divided into different grades depending on the color. The Sunshine Realm cultivators lived in 7-colored lotus lands, while the Yu Yao lived in 5-colored ones. Li Shang was only a star mansion back then, but she was qualified to live in a 5-colored lotus land because she had done a great deed for the soul race and brought back a sacred beast. There was no place to live on the surface of the lotus land, but because the soul race didn't have a physical body, they only needed to create the environment they needed inside the lotus land. Yi's current residence was undoubtedly created by him. The furnishings inside were no different from the Jade Blood Sect's Green Bamboo Peaks bamboo tower. Yi sat on the side, hugging Hupa, who was the size of a cat. She tilted her head and looked at him, swinging her legs. Her eyes were filled with happiness. Lu Yi walked to her side and sat down. He patted her head and asked, "Is cultivation tiring?" Yi shook her head. "It's not tiring. I have Hupa to accompany me." Lu Yi glanced at Hupa. "It only knows how to sleep. What can it accompany you for?" Hupa immediately howled, indicating that it was cultivating by sleeping. Besides, it was much stronger than before. "All right, I know you've become stronger." Lu Yi tapped Hupo's head. It had to be said that Hupa and Yi had grown tremendously over the past few years in the soul race. Lu Yi could sense that the spiritual beast and spiritual beast were not far from Yu Yao. This was undoubtedly related to the unique cultivation environment in the soul race's ancestral land. In this kind of place, the soul race had a unique advantage in cultivation. Even if they didn't work hard, their cultivation would still slowly increase. I saw several soul race cultivators surrounding Hoopa just now. What were they doing? Lu Yi asked. Yi immediately explained. Hoopa has taken in a few new servants. The soul race cultivators you saw were all carefully selected by the soul race. They have the most outstanding aptitudes. They have formed a symbiotic relationship with Hoopa, so they can cultivate and grow together, just like me. Lu Yi finally understood. When he recalled the resonance he felt from the soul race cultivators and Hoopa, he knew that Yi was right. Did Hoopa do this willingly, or did the soul race request it? Lu Yi asked. Yi said. The clan leader personally said it. He didn't request anything. Hoopa agreed because the more servants it takes in, the faster its strength grows. Correspondingly, my strength will also grow along with it. Lu Yi nodded. Yi could see his worry. She smiled and said, Don't worry. The soul race values Hoopa very much. They won't force him to do anything he doesn't like. That's good. However, there's one thing. If you're unhappy here, tell me at any time. I'll take you away, Lu Yi said seriously. When Yi wanted to follow Li Shang to the soul race's ancestral land to cultivate, Lu Yi was actually a little reluctant to let her go. However, the child had grown up. It wasn't a bad thing to have her own opinions. Most importantly, Lu Yi knew that he didn't have much time to accompany Yi. Today was still the first day. Yesterday, I was in a daze. I ate some porridge at night. Today, I don't have any strength at all. I'm sitting here writing, sweating all over. I still have to go to the hospital for an 4 drip. This time, the illness came with great momentum. I haven't felt this bad in many years. In the past, when I got sick, it was always a gradual process. This time it was different. End of chapter. Chapter 1812. After staying on Li Shang's lotus continent for a few days, Lu Yi left. Yi and Hoopa watched him leave. They no longer felt as sad as they did last time. After all, their feelings were different. When they left last time, Yi felt that it would be a very, very long time before she could see Lu Yi again. Naturally, she was reluctant. But now that she knew that Lu Yi could come to the soul race's ancestral land, they would have many opportunities to meet in the future. Before they left, Yi gave Lu Yi thousands of soul jades. She had worked hard to condense these soul jades while she was cultivating. Lu Yi did not refuse and accepted them happily. Soul jades were hard to find in the outside world because it was difficult to find a suitable environment for soul jades. But they were easy to find in the soul race's ancestral land because there was pure soul energy everywhere. However, most soul race clansmen would not condense soul jades because they could refine soul energy to cultivate if they needed it. It was a waste of time to do so. Yi had prepared these soul jades especially for Lu Yi. Perhaps Li Shang had contributed some of them as well. In front of the 7-colored lotus continent where the starry pond was, Lu Yi had just arrived when he saw Elder Su Yuan's figure in the distance. In reality, when Lu Yi entered the soul race's ancestral land, Su Yuan, who was responsible for guarding the starry pond, had sensed him. But Lu Yi had gone to Li Shang's lotus continent first. So Su Yuan did not disturb him and waited here. Elder. Lu Yi leapt down from the core and saluted. Su Yuan nodded slightly and came forward. He looked at the core with interest, his expression uncertain. After a long time, Su Yuan asked, Boy, is this a small world? However, it seemed to be somewhat different from the small worlds that he knew. To call it a small world, it was undoubtedly too big. Generally speaking, small worlds could be carried around. For example, Lu Ye's Little Flower Realm could also be considered a small world. The treasure that Bansi had taken in Banksia was also a small world. But Su Yuan had never seen such a big small world. Its shape was also quite strange. Facing Su Yuan, Lu Yi did not hide and said directly, It is not wrong to call it a small world, but it is different from ordinary small worlds. It is the core of minuscule mountain. Su Yuan turned to look at Lu Yi with shock. Minuscule mountain? The minuscule mountain of the human race? That's right. Lu Yi nodded. Su Yuan became even more interested. He walked around the core and observed it. After a while, he said, back then, the blood ancestor wanted to encroach on the Fengsun mountain. He led the blood race under his command and attacked. After a great battle, both sides suffered great losses. The Fengsun mountain was broken and divided into 3 parts. The core was lost, and its whereabouts are unknown. Lu Yi explained, actually, the little humans have always known the location of the core. They have been trying to find it for many years, but due to some reasons, they were unable to do so. I was asked by Rizhao of the little humans to explore it, and I finally found something. You have a good relationship with the humanoid tribe? Su Yuan looked at him in surprise. If he could give such an important task as searching for the core to an outsider, their relationship couldn't be bad. Not bad. Lu Yi rubbed his nose. He couldn't possibly say that he and Rizhao of the dwarf clan were Dao companions. That would be too shocking. Su Yuan looked at him and chuckled. You have good social skills. Lu Yi could be considered half of the soul race, but now he had a close relationship with the little humans. Whether it was the soul race or the little humans, it wasn't easy to come into contact with them, especially the soul race. Ordinary people didn't even know where the soul race's ancestral land was, and it was impossible to find it. Lu Yi thought about it. He did seem to have a good relationship with several races. Not to mention the soul race and the little humans, there was also the mermaid race in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, which was the most reliable ally of the 3-world island. There was also the flower race in the 9 states. If I treat others with sincerity, others will naturally treat me with sincerity. Su Yuan nodded, agreeing with his words. Elder, have you seen the blood ancestor? Lu Yi asked. Su Yuan shook his head and said, I haven't. The blood ancestor was active a long time ago. I didn't exist back then. Moreover, you know the situation of the soul race. We usually don't have much interaction with the outside world. Why would the blood ancestor target the little humans? Su Yuan waved his hand and said, You're mistaken. The blood ancestor isn't targeting the little humans. She wants Minuscule Mountain. It's just that the little humans were born in Minuscule Mountain, so they were affected. I heard that in that era, the insectoids were also enslaved by her. You should know the way the insectoids go about their conquest. Usually, their insectoid nests will wander around, searching for a target domain that they can invade. However, things like insectoid nests are still rather fragile. If there are experts targeting them, they can be easily destroyed. But what if we place the insectoid nests within Mount Fengsun? Lu Yi was enlightened. The insect race and Minuscule Mountain were an impeccable combination. Just think about it, the insect race was able to control a supreme treasure like Minuscule Mountain, drifting through the cosmos. If the blood progenitor had really taken Minuscule Mountain back then, the insect race would have been many times more dangerous than they were today. Moreover, Lu Yi finally understood why the insect race and the blood race had a good relationship. It turned out that they had both served the blood ancestor. It seemed that the blood race wasn't the only one involved in the war on Minuscule Mountain. The insect race was also involved. How did the blood ancestor die? Lu Yi asked again. According to Lu Ye's speculation, the blood ancestor's strength was probably not as simple as Rizhao's. How could such a powerful existence be defeated by someone else? Moreover, he was dismembered. Su Yuan shook his head. This old man doesn't know how the blood ancestor died, but kid, this world is not as simple as you think it is. There are some things that can only be discovered when you have enough strength. For cultivators, being weak is the greatest sin. After chatting with Su Yuan for a while, Lu Yi drove the core to the Starry Sky Pond. Elder, can I take the core through the passage? Lu Yi asked. He had always been a loner. Although the core wasn't very big, it was still more than 100 feet long. Lu Yi wasn't sure if he could take the core through the passage and return to the Jade Snail Galaxy. If he couldn't, then he would be in big trouble. At that time, he could only choose to leave the core in the Soul Race's ancestral land and find a way to inform the humanoid race so that they could take the core away. It's not a big problem. Su Yuan's expression was indifferent. You just need to use your power to envelop the core when you pass through. Lu Yi understood and immediately began to locate the jade snail in the Starry Sky Pond. He had used the Starry Sky Pond to travel to and from the Jade Snail Galaxy several times, so he was naturally familiar with the process and quickly found something. Elder, I'll be going then. After saying this to Su Yuan, Lu Yi used his power to envelop the core and plunged into the Starry Sky Pond. The scene of a starry sky that had shrunk countless times rushing towards him was incomparably shocking no matter how many times he saw it. The star field that belonged to the Jade Snail Galaxy was constantly magnified in his field of vision. By the time Lu Yi regained his senses, he had already arrived at the Jade Snail Galaxy. After identifying the direction, Lu Yi drove the core and flew towards the 9 states. Eastern Minuscule Mountain. Due to the previous incidents, the 3 Rizhao didn't cultivate. Instead, they constantly sensed the movements of the headquarters in anticipation of some changes. Unfortunately, the headquarters of the minuscule mountain had remained somewhere in the starry sky without any signs of movement. Only now did it finally move. What made Su Yuqing and the others extremely surprised was that the trajectory of the minuscule mountain had suddenly changed greatly. The 3 of them immediately gathered together. After a simple discussion, they came to a conclusion. The location of the core had changed greatly. That was why the trajectory of the minuscule mountain had changed as well. First, the core was completely isolated by some mysterious power, causing the 3 divisions of the minuscule mountain to stop drifting. In just a few days, the location of the core had changed greatly. All these strange things were really confusing. No one knew what was going on. Even so, the Rizhao of the Miniman clan were extremely excited and expectant. This was because if the location of the core had changed greatly, it was very likely that the core had already left the wonder of the illusory blood magic eye. This change was undoubtedly a good sign. As for the exact location of the core, now, the minuscule mountain had no way of knowing. They had to observe the trajectory of the 3 divisions of the minuscule mountain for decades to 100 years before they could make a comprehensive deduction. This wasn't something that could be solved in a short period of time. Therefore, the 3 Rizhao quickly gathered together again to discuss the important matter of deducing the location of the core. At this time, not only was Lu Yi at the core, but Xiang Yin, Yangling, and Hu Dequan were also there. Looking at the domain in front of them, Xiang Yin said excitedly, "My lord, is that your domain?" "The domain I was born in is not my domain," Lu Yi replied. Xiang Yin and the others had been in the core world all this time. Now that they were about to reach the 9 states, it was naturally inappropriate to let them stay there. It wasn't difficult to settle them down. Xiang Yin and Xiang Yin were his blood servants. They didn't dare to disobey Lu Ye's orders. They could stay in the 9 states for the time being. As for Yangling and Hu Dequan, the 2 of them could also stay in the 9 states and wait for the 3 divisions of the minuscule mountain to merge. When that day came, they would be able to meet their Tao companions again. Moreover, the 4 of them were at the late stage of the Moon Jade Realm. They were quite strong and could protect the 9 states if they stayed here. Many dangers in the starry sky came suddenly. For example, the descent of the filth race and the invasion of the insect nest on the way. The 9 states had been safe for so many years because of Little Nine's concealment ability and Jade Conk's remote location. However, there was always a possibility, so they still had to take some precautions. It would take too long to wait for the native cultivators of the 9 states to grow up. If anything happened during this time, the 9 states couldn't bear it. Therefore, Lu Yi had the idea of using the dwarf race as his backer. Now that he had brought back the core of the minuscule mountain, the merged minuscule mountain would become the strongest backer of the 9 states in the future. They wouldn't have to worry about any external invasion. In a few days, they had reached the outer space of the 9 states. End of chapter. Chapter 1813. On the core, Lu Yi sighed. In the past, at this time, Little Nine would have taken the initiative to contact him. But this time there was no message from Little Nine. He didn't think that anything had happened to Little Nine. If something had happened to Little Nine, then 9 provinces would not be peaceful. Little Nine was probably addicted to the company of Little Huanyang now, but this was a good thing. At least Little Nine would not be lonely anymore. Soon he arrived at the side of 9 provinces. As usual, Lu Ye's whereabouts were immediately investigated by the 9 provinces' constellations who were patrolling nearby. When they saw that it was Lu Yi, they immediately let down their guard and continued patrolling after greeting him. At first, when Lu Yi returned from the 10,000 Elephant Sea, the constellations of 9 provinces were very excited and expectant. But as he left and returned more and more often, everyone was used to it. For constellations like them, cultivating and becoming stronger was always the most important task. Since 9 provinces did not have their own spirit jade veins, they could only go deep into the starry sky to search for spirit jade. After accumulating a certain amount, they would refine it and turn it into nutrients for their own growth. It was not surprising that the core stopped and looked at it from afar. If there were cultivators who did not know the truth and encountered the core in the starry sky, they would not even look at it because there were too many such things in the starry sky. But it was the core of Minuscule Mountain. In order to find this core, the 3 divisions of Minuscule Mountain had worked hard for countless years. Finally, the dust settled today. Looking down at the core under his feet, Lu Ye's mind moved slightly, and he gently stomped his feet. The core trembled slightly, and a strange power spread out, as if some seal had been broken. The seal had indeed been broken. Before Lu Yi took the core out of the wonder of illusory blood demon pupil, he used his identity as the master of the source to place a layer of seal on the core. This layer of seal only had one function, which was to create a similar isolation force to the wonder, preventing the 3 divisions of Minuscule Mountain from fusing with the core. The reason why he did this was because he considered the changes in his journey. If he did not place the seal, the moment Lu Yi took the core out of the wonder, the 3 divisions of Minuscule Mountain would fuse toward the core. This was undoubtedly not conducive to the stability of Minuscule Mountain. Only now, when he returned to 9 provinces, did Lu Yi remove this layer of seal. Although he could not see the current state of the 3 divisions of Minuscule Mountain, Lu Yi still expected that it would be a long wait. The 3 divisions of Mount Fengsuan were very far away from the core. It wouldn't take a day or 2 for them to fuse together. Almost at the same time that Lu Yi removed the seal on Minuscule Mountain, the many sunshine projections in the illusory hull changed. More than half of them instantly vanished without a trace, and although the rest could still be maintained, they were all distorted to varying degrees. This abnormal situation was undoubtedly caused by the Fengsuan mountains of the various divisions trembling violently. Their true bodies were in the various divisions, and their spiritual projections were here. The Fengsuan mountains of the headquarters were trembling violently, and this caused their projections to be affected. After a while, the many figures that had disappeared gathered once again. A Rizhao from the south shouted, "Everyone, just now, our headquarters, Mount Fengsuan, suddenly changed its direction again. It's heading straight towards a certain direction at an unprecedented speed." In the east, Chen Shenhai added, "It's the same for the east." The 2 Rizhao tribes looked towards the west. Zhang Kuan from the west said, "It's the same for the west." When he finished speaking, the group of Rizhao tribes all felt excitement and anticipation from their spiritual fluctuations. They realized that the critical moment that would change the fate of Mount Fengsuan seemed to have arrived. A few days ago, there was a sudden huge change in the movement trajectory of the 3 divisions of Mount Fengsuan. From this, they deduced that there should be a huge change in the location of the core, which caused the movement trajectory of the three divisions of Mount Fangtsuan to change. They had gathered here to discuss how to deduce the exact location of the core. Who would have thought that before they could come to a conclusion, another change would occur? And this time, it was obviously different from the previous time. Not only did the movement trajectory change, but the movement speed of Mount Fangtsuan also changed. It was as if the three divisions of Mount Fangtsuan were being pulled by some kind of force. This was something that had never happened before, and they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Let's deduce it. Let's see if there will be an intersection if the three divisions are moving in the same direction. If there is one, a Rizhao tribe said seriously. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what it meant for the humanoid tribe if there was an intersection between the three divisions of Mount Fangtsuan. This concerned the future of the humanoid tribe, and many Rizhao tribes had no objections. They immediately started to deduce. The various divisions of Mount Fangtsuan had been drifting in the universe for so long, and their understanding of the universe could be said to be incomparable to that of any other race. They basically had the star charts of all the major galaxies, according to the current location and the movement direction of Mount Fangtsuan. They could easily deduce which galaxy the headquarters would pass through in the next few decades. There might be some errors, but they wouldn't be too big. Rizhao tribe's projections constantly disappeared and reappeared. The group of Rizhao tribes busied themselves for half a day, and the three divisions of Mount Fangtsuan's movement trajectory were gradually deduced. The three routes were placed together, and everyone focused on them. Their gazes quickly converged on an intersection point. Jade, Conch Galaxy. Su Yuqing's eyes lit up as she murmured. From the information they had, if the three divisions of Mount Fangtsuan didn't change their direction, they would pass through this Jade Conch Galaxy sooner or later. And Jade Conch, she was all too familiar with this name. The core is here. Rizhao tribe asked. This Jade Conch. Who knows about it? Rizhao tribe asked. There were countless galaxies in the universe, and even Rizhao tribe didn't dare to say that they knew every galaxy like the back of their hand. Most of them knew about the more famous galaxies, and this Jade Conch sounded like a relatively weak one. Naturally, they wouldn't pay attention to it. Even Wu Qima and Chen Xianhai were deep in thought. Mount Fangtsuan in the east had passed through Jade Conch before, but they didn't know about it, so naturally they hadn't heard of it. Only Su Yuqing spoke slowly. Jade Conch is the galaxy where Lu Yi was born. The group of Rizhao tribes immediately looked over, and one of them said in surprise, Lu Yi is Junior Sister's little Dao partner. As soon as he finished speaking, another Rizhao tribe slapped his soul projection away, although it was no secret that Su Yuqing had found a young Dao partner in the east, and Su Yuqing herself didn't deny it. No one mentioned it in front of her. They were all Rizhao tribes, and they all cared about their reputation. If it were a man, it would be fine if he was an old cow eating young grass. The key point was that Su Yuqing was a woman. Yes. Su Yuqing's expression was normal. The domain he was born in is called Jiutian. Jiutian realm is in Jade, Conch Galaxy, and what? Back then, when he came to the eastern regions from the 10,000 Elephant Sea, I mentioned the matter of the core to him. He once asked me if he could place the core near the 9 heavens after finding it. That way, the Fangtsuan mountain would be able to fuse there. This kid, cough cough, junior brother Lu, wants Mount Fangtsuan to protect Jiutian? Rizhao tribe sensed Lu Ye's intention. That should be his intention. As far as I know, Jiutian has just become a large domain. Its foundation is still very weak, Su Yuqing replied. The Rizhao tribes were silent. After a while, Zhang Kuin slapped his thigh. Good kid, he really did it. The matter was clear now. Lu Yi found the core and brought it back to Jade Conch. That was why the 3 tribes of Mount Fangtsuan were headed in Jade Conch's direction under the guidance of the core. To Zhang Kuin, who had personally sent Lu Yi over, this was simply inconceivable. Since ancient times, the lesser human tribe had sent far too many Yuyao from other tribes to search for cores. Many of them had been nurtured by the lesser human tribe with a tremendous amount of effort. But so far, no one had succeeded. They either never returned, no one knew if they were dead or alive, or returned empty-handed without seeing the core at all. So many years, so many people's efforts had yielded no results, and Lu Yi had only been gone for a few years. It had only been 3 years, and he had found the core. No matter what, this was a joyous occasion for the hominin tribe. The 3 tribes had been waiting for this moment for many years. They had looked forward to it again and again, but were disappointed again and again. No one had expected this pleasant surprise to come so suddenly. It left them, Rizhao tribe, at a loss for what to do. Junior sister's eye for a son-in-law is truly outstanding. Rizhao tribe couldn't help but praise. Regardless of whether Lu Yi was an old cow eating young grass or his potential and cultivation, just helping the hominin tribe find the core was a heaven-shaking contribution. Even if Lu Yi was a good-for-nothing, the hominin tribe would still take good care of him in the future. A Rizhao tribe member in the west chuckled and said, "You may not know this, but our junior brother Lu is quite famous in the 10,000 Creation Sea. He has led a group of cultivators to occupy the 3-world island, which is a high-class spiritual island. He has also led his men to occupy another high-class spiritual island. In that battle, the enemy Yu Yao were all killed. Even Rizhao, tribe's guard tribe, tried to stop him, but he was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Lu Yi." When the Rizhao tribe members heard this, they couldn't help but look surprised. They more or less knew what it meant to occupy a high-class spiritual island in a place like the 10,000 Creation Sea. Generally speaking, high-class spiritual islands were the exclusive property of the top forces. Without some means and ability, it was impossible to occupy them. Even if one occupied them, it wouldn't last long. Not to mention occupying another high-class spiritual island by force. This was countless times more difficult than simply occupying a high-class spiritual island. Lu Ye's side had not only occupied a high-class spiritual island, but had also attacked another one. The Rizhao tribe members suddenly realized that they seemed to have underestimated this cheap junior brother's ability. Otherwise, how could he have done something that no one had done for so many years in just 3 years? This was undoubtedly the embodiment of his own strength. Congratulations, junior sister, for finding such a good son-in-law. You have made a great contribution to our tribe. When the 3 tribes merge in the future, junior sister will have to recommend junior brother Lu to us. A wave of praises sounded. Su Yuqing smiled reservedly, her face full of pride. Her heart, which had been in suspense for 3 years, was now completely at ease. End of chapter. Chapter 1814. Based on the current information, the lesser human race's long-lost core had been brought out of the wonder by Lu Yi and placed in the Jade Conch Galaxy. That was why the 3 minuscule mountains' trajectories had changed so drastically, moving toward a single intersection point. However, this was only the deduction of the dwarf clan's Rizhao. No one could be sure until they saw it with their own eyes. While they were excited, a Rizhao in the south said, "Which one of us is closer to the Jade Conch? This is an important matter. We should go and verify it." All the Rizhao nodded in agreement. Su Yuqing said, "I'll go to the east. More than 10 years ago, I passed by the Jade Conch Galaxy in the east. We're the closest. If I hurry, I can return to the Jade Conch in 3 to 5 months." Chun Shenhai added, "I'll go with junior sister." Even Rizhao would consume a lot of energy if he traveled at full speed. He couldn't maintain it for 3 to 5 months. If the 2 of them traveled together, they could take turns. Chun Shenhai also wanted to go to the Jade Conch to see for himself whether the core had been brought back by Lu Yi. This was the top priority of the dwarf clan for countless years. "Then I'll have to trouble the 2 of you." The rest of the Rizhao had no objections. After the discussion was settled, the projections quickly dispersed. A moment later, two figures from the eastern Fangtsuan mountain rushed into the sky. After flying out of the boundary, they turned into streams of light and rushed towards the jade conch. Rizhao's speed was so fast that even the Fangtsuan mountain couldn't compare with him. If not, Su Yuqing wouldn't have said that she would return to the jade conch in 3 to 5 months. It should be known that the eastern Fangtsuan mountain passed by the jade conch more than 10 years ago. In other words, if she rushed at full speed, she could complete the journey of the Fangtsuan mountain in 3 to 5 months. On the ethereal peak, Wu Qima sighed with his hands behind his back. He also wanted to go to the jade conch galaxy to see the situation, but Chen Xianhai and Su Yuqing had left. He had to stay behind to look after the jade conch galaxy. In the 9 prefectures, Lu Yi returned after settling down the core of the Fangtsuan mountain. He didn't go to the Jade Blood sect. Instead, he went directly to the Guardian Hall in the Heaven continent. He found the current guardian of the 9 prefectures and had a face-to-face meeting with him. Soon, a message was spread through the Guardian Hall. Lu Yi placed something that looked like a fake mountain near the 9 prefectures. No cultivators were allowed to approach it. Also, for cultivators from Yu, Yao had come to this realm. If anyone encountered them by chance, there was no need to panic. The core had been restricted by Lu Yi, so it didn't matter even if the cultivators of the 9 regions approached it. They couldn't break Lu Ye's restriction and enter the core world, but it was always right to be careful. As for the 4 Yu Yao, they were naturally the Xiang sisters, Yangling and Hu Dequan. Although Yu Yao hadn't been born in the land of the 9 prefectures, they weren't unfamiliar with Yu Yao. This was because Yu Yao had been born in the flower world. After the flower world had attached itself to the land of the 9 prefectures and obtained great benefits, Hua Qianying had been promoted to Yu Yao. There was also Patriarch Mu, he of the wood spirits, and Patriarch Black Umbrella of the spore race. Both of them were Yu Yao cultivators. They had traveled the 9 provinces before and had interacted with many cultivators of the 9 provinces. Lu Yi finally met Little 9. Little Hua Nyang blindly followed behind Little Jiu, like Little Jiu's tail. Her 2 big watery eyes revealed ignorance and naivety. After chatting with Little 9 for a while and confirming that nothing had happened in the 9 provinces recently, Lu Yi sent it off to play with Little Huanyang. Lu Yi hurriedly rushed out of the 9 provinces and returned to the core world. Xiang Yin and the others were still there, for pairs of eyes were staring at the blood-refining realm near the 9 prefectures in shock. From their point of view, the blood-refining realm's appearance was too shocking. It looked like a giant creature that had its head and limbs chopped off. Seeing Lu Yi return, Xiang Yin turned to look at him. "Lord, what's the situation in that realm?" "My sister and I felt that something was calling out to us." They had also told Yangling and Hu Dequan about this, but unfortunately, Yangling and Hu Dequan didn't feel the same way. This made Xiang Yin guess. Lu Yi glanced at the blood-refining realm and explained, "It's a place called the blood-refining realm formed by the remains of the blood ancestor. Don't go near it." Ma Shangxi had a similar feeling when he saw the blood-refining realm. He vaguely felt that the opportunity for him to break through to the sunshine realm lay in the blood-refining realm. He wanted to ask Lu Yi to let him go there, but Lu Yi heartlessly refused, which made Ma Shangxi very sad. Xiang Yin and Ma Shangxi were both blood race, and they were all blood race with divine nature. It wasn't strange for them to have similar feelings in front of the remains of the blood ancestor. Lu Yi had refused Ma Shangxi mainly because of the difference in strength between them. They were both Yu Yao, so Lu Yi was confident that he could control Ma Shangxi, a blood warrior with his precious blood. However, no one knew what would happen if a blood warrior's cultivation broke through to the sunshine realm. Xiang Yin and Xiang Yin's strength wasn't much worse than Ma Shangxi's, so Lu Yi naturally wouldn't let them go to the blood-refining realm. Even if he wanted to go, now was not the time. I'm going out for a few months. During my absence, you two guard the core world. No one is allowed to approach it, Lu Yi ordered. Yes, Xiang Yin accepted the order. Xian Yu nodded. Lu Yi then looked at Yang Ling and Hu Dequan. You two can do as you please. The core world has already been settled, but it will take some time for the three divisions of minuscule mountain to merge. Yang Ling chuckled. We can afford to wait. They had been trapped in the core world for so many years. Now that the dust had settled, minuscule mountain must be on its way to merge. What couldn't they afford to wait? The 9 prefectures was a good place. The two of them could find a place to cultivate and relax after completing their mission. After making arrangements for the 9 prefectures, Lui left. He had to return to the 10,000 Elephant Sea to replenish the fuel for his talent tree. Although he had obtained a batch of fire-type resources from the Life Origin realm, what he was going to do next would consume a lot of fuel for his talent tree. The 10,000 Elephant Sea was the place to replenish the fuel. About 10 days later, Lu Yi returned to the passage leading to the Soul Race's ancestral land. He went through the starry sky pool and arrived at the Blue Moon Galaxy. Another 10 days later, he arrived at the insect passage connecting the Blue Moon Galaxy and the 10,000 Elephant Galaxy. Yu Yao was an old acquaintance of Lu Yi. After all, Lu Yi had used this insect passage several times. Moreover, as the 3rd island master of the 3-world island, he had led an army to defeat the Baiwei Island. Lu Yi was not a nobody on the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Yu Yao was undoubtedly very surprised to see Lu Yi suddenly appear. This was because she had no record of Lu Yi coming from the 10,000 Elephant Sea. She did not know how he had entered the 10,000 Elephant Sea from their galaxy. However, this was not a big deal. There were many routes in the universe. Sometimes one would leave from one place and return from another. After exchanging a few words with Lu Yi, he happily let them pass. After more than 3 years, Lu Yi passed through the insect passage and returned to the 10,000 Elephant Galaxy. Several days later, in the bustling 3-world island, Lu Yi was activating his talent tree to refine all kinds of fire-type resources and replenishing his fuel reserves. Luan Xiaoa stood in front of him, holding a jade scroll and talking endlessly. Lu Yi could not help but sigh. Senior sister, you and old Tang can take care of everything on the island. You don't have to tell me so much. Luan Xiaoa scolded. The 3-world island is the 3-world island. This is a spiritual island shared by all of the 3 worlds. The accounting is the most serious problem. Our 3-world island has developed very well in your absence. You should know how much spirit jades we've earned and how much we've spent. The 3-world island had developed better and better in Lu Ye's absence. When he had left, the 3-world island had been thriving. Later, a group of hominins had settled down and opened a talisman shop on the 3-world island. This was the only talisman shop of the hominins on the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Just this name alone was enough to attract people. If they could get their hands on 1 or 2 purple talismans, they could definitely use them as a trump card. Now, the busiest place on the 3-world island was not the 3-world pill shop or the Rainbow Chamber of Commerce's branch. It was the area where the talisman shop of the hominins was located. Every day, a large number of cultivators would line up to buy talismans from the hominins, but the supply still could not meet the demand. The hominin cultivators on the 3-world island were both happy and frustrated. They were happy because it was too easy to earn spirit jades here, but they were frustrated because their lives were miserable. If they were not refining talismans every day, they were on the road to refining talismans. The storage of spirit jades on the 3-world island had reached more than 1 billion. Now, in the entire 10,000 Elephant Sea, the 3-world island's cultivators were treated the best. With abundant cultivation resources, other than completing their own missions, the 3-world island's cultivators were working hard on their cultivation. The strength of the constellations on the nine-state side had generally improved. Many constellations from the Green Li Dao world and the Jade Conch world even showed signs of advancing to Yuyao. This was especially so for the cultivators from the Jade Conch world. 3 constellations had already advanced to Yuyao, which was really worth celebrating. No matter how many Yuyao there were, only the registered 5 could participate in the Battle of the Spiritual Islands. However, the increase in the number of Yuyao on the island was also a reflection of the island's foundation. The level of Yao had always been the awkward part of the 9 states. Now, other than Lu Yi, there was no other Yuyao in the 9 states. That was why Luan Xiaoa had come to Lu Ye's side to nag. The 3-world island was able to establish itself because of Lu Yi. The 3-world island's cultivators could now have such a good cultivation environment because of Lu Ye's efforts. Naturally, Lu Yi had to know about the accounts. Lu Yi blinked and looked at Luan Xiaoa, but her hands did not stop refining the resources. I know now. Luan Xiaoa sighed. I knew you would have this attitude. If you have time in the future, you should pay more attention. Lu Yi nodded repeatedly. I understand. Luan Xiaoa left helplessly. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to look at Lu Yi. When you return to the Jade Conch world, bring back a batch of resources. Okay. Lu Yi agreed. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. My head hurts from coughing. It'll take me 10 days to half a month to recover. It's really difficult. End of chapter. Chapter 1815. Lu Yi did not stay on the 3-world island for long, only half a month. However, the spiritual jade reserves of the 3-world island were almost 200 million. This was also the reason why he did not worry about the accounts. As long as he had any needs, the 3-world island's treasury would be open to him without limit. Luan Xiaoa and Tang Jun did not say anything about this. The fuel reserves of the talent tree were replenished. Lu Yi even kept a batch of fire-type resources as backup. During this time, he also took the time to visit Hua Si in the Mermaid Clan's territory. Unfortunately, it had been a few years, but the piece of amber that sealed Hua Si was still the same. There were not many changes. The only thing that made Lu Yi happy was that he could sense that Hua Si's strength had greatly improved. This was not difficult to understand because Lu Yi could sense that the piece of amber that sealed Hua Si had been constantly devouring the water of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. It seemed that this piece of amber had the ability to refine water. Even if the efficiency of this refinement was not as good as the talent tree, it was still much more terrifying than the efficiency of normal cultivators. After refining the water of the 10,000 Elephant Sea, part of the energy produced would definitely be used by Hua Si, so her strength would naturally increase. Compared to Hua Si's increase in strength, the Pai Xiu in her arms seemed to have an even more terrifying increase in strength. Lu Yi was looking forward to seeing what would happen to Hua Si after she was unsealed. Half a month after returning to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, Lu Yi embarked on the journey back to the 9 states. He was already very familiar with this journey. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the 9 states. The Xiang sisters were guarding the core area loyally. Yang Ling and Hu Dequan were nowhere to be seen. According to Xiang Yin, they had already entered the 9 states. As for what they were doing, it was not clear. After a short while in the 9 states garrison hall, Lu Yi placed a large pile of storage rings on the table in front of him. The current guardian of the 9 states, who used to be the sect master of a sect in the Thunder State, widened his eyes in shock. Brother Lu, what's going on? As he spoke, he casually picked up a storage ring and probed it with his divine sense. What he saw almost blinded him. The ring was filled to the brim with spiritual jade. The sect leader was shocked. He picked up another storage ring and exclaimed, "Ah, this!" There was also a large amount of spiritual jade inside. Don't make a fuss. Lu Yi interrupted him. These are the resources we brought back from the 3-world island. Get some people to count them and divide them into 3 equal portions. one for the 9 states and the other 2 for the Qingli Dao world and the Yuhao domain. The sect leader was in disbelief. Our 3-world island has developed so well. Although the 9 regions had heard about the 10,000 Elephant Sea for more than 10 years, and the first batch of cultivators who went to the 10,000 Elephant Sea had also been there for some time, the local cultivators who stayed behind had not received any practical benefits from the 10,000 Elephant Sea. This was the first time. There were only so many benefits. Lu Yi smiled and patted him on the shoulder. It will be better in the future. He then warned, if you want to find someone reliable. Don't be greedy. If I find out in the future, I won't let you off easily. The sect master immediately nodded. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Lu Yi left in a flash and soon arrived at the core area. He waved his hand and said, you may leave. There is no need to keep watch here. The Xiangyin sisters accepted the order and headed straight to the 9 prefectures. Lu Yi stood in front of the core area and muttered to himself for a while. In the end, he entered the inner world in a flash. Lu Yi sat cross-legged in the source space. In front of him was the source space, which was like a small sun. During the final moments of the battle in the Black Abyss, the source space had rushed into Lu Ye's spirit sea under Elder Feng's control. Lu Yi had spent 3 years to barely refine it. Within the source space, Elder Feng's consciousness and the blood ancestors' precious blood's consciousness had been completely refined. It could be said that the source space was now very pure. There was no longer any trace of divine power remaining. If that was all there was to it, Lu Yi did not need to do anything else. However, the blood ancestors' precious blood had corroded the core area of Fengcun Mountain for so many years. It had not only corroded the source space. The source space was the most important part of the precious blood's corrosion. As long as the source space was corroded, the precious blood's consciousness would be able to control the inner world. However, in the entire inner world, apart from the corrosion of the source space, there were still remnants of the precious blood's power in the entire domain. Not to mention other things, there would still be blood rain falling in the inner world from time to time. However, it was not as frequent as before. Lu Yi had personally investigated the spirit jade mine in the inner world. It was also contaminated by the power of the precious blood. If the remnant power of the inner world was not completely cleared out, no one would know what changes would occur once the 3 parts of Fengcun Mountain completely merged with the core area. Would there be a situation where the power of the precious blood would infect the humanoid cultivators? If that really happened, then all the humanoid cultivators would become first-generation blood tribe members. This would undoubtedly be a tragedy for the humanoid cultivators. It would also be difficult to accept. Therefore, what Lu Yi needed to do now was to completely purify the inner world before the 3 parts of Fengcun Mountain fused together. Under normal circumstances, he would not be able to do such a thing. Not to mention that he was just Yu Yao. Even if Ri Zhao were here, this would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, he had refined the core's source space. With the help of the source space's power, he could clearly see every corner of the inner world. This made the impossible possible. Simply put, with the help of the core source space, he could extend the power of the talent tree to any part of the inner world. This way, he could completely refine the remaining power of the precious blood. This was not something that could be done in a day or 2. Lu Yi was already mentally prepared for this. Moreover, he had already stored enough fuel for the talent tree, so he did not have to worry about running out of fuel. Immersing himself in his thoughts and relying on the core source space, Lu Yi radiated the talent tree's power in all directions, slowly devouring the remaining power of the precious blood. Time passed, and the passage of time was unknown. Suddenly, one day, Lu Yi suddenly sensed a violent tremor coming from the inner world. This made him frown involuntarily. Before entering the source space, he had already sealed off his inner world. He was afraid that someone would break in. It was not that they would disturb him, but that anyone who came in could be contaminated by the remnant divine nature of the blood ancestors, precious blood. He had already informed the cultivators of the 9 states through the Guardian Hall. There should not be anyone who would not take his words to heart. As for the Xiangyin sisters, they would not go against him. In his confusion, Lu Yi released his divine perception and probed outside. He wanted to see who exactly was triggering the seal of the inner world. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This was because the Xiangyin sisters, Yangling and Hu Dequan, were beside the inner world. There were also 2 more familiar figures. At this moment, the Xiangyin sisters were trembling because they could feel a powerful divine perception enveloping them. Moreover, this divine perception was filled with hostility, making them feel as if they could die here at any time. The source of the divine perception was a green-robed cultivator. His powerful aura revealed his identity as Rizhao. Beside him, a dignified woman stood quietly, talking to Yangling and Hu Dequan in a gentle voice. The Xiangyin sisters quickly realized who these 2 Rizhao were. They were actually Rizhao cultivators of the hominid clan. Suddenly, ripples appeared above the inner world, and Lu Ye's figure appeared. The Xiangyin sisters immediately looked at him for help. Lu Yi immediately knew what was going on. The hominid clan and the blood clan had a feud. Qian Xianhai and Su Yuqing had come here to investigate the inner world. The Xiangyin sisters did not understand the situation and came to stop them. In the end, their identities as first-generation blood clan members were exposed, and they were suppressed by Qian Xianhai, senior brother Qin, senior sister Su. Lu Yi stepped forward and greeted them. Su Yuqing, who was talking to Yangling and Hu Dequan, turned to look at him and smiled. Yangling and Hu Dequan were stunned because this Rizhao had been serious all this time. Hearing Lu Yi address the 2 Rizhao cultivators, the 2 couldn't help but think of the scene when they first met Lu Yi. This is really a martial uncle. Clearly, they called each other brothers before, but in the future, their seniority will be lower. Chen Xianhai also looked at Lu Yi, nodded slightly and praised. Well done! Along the way, both he and Su Yuqing had been a little nervous, because before they saw the inner world with their own eyes, no one could be sure if things were as they had guessed, until they arrived here and saw the inner world that was placed here. Even if they had never seen the inner world before, the throbbing in the depths of their hearts could not be faked. The rockery in front of them was undoubtedly the core that the hominid clan had lost for countless years. Thinking about it, Lu Yi was really the benefactor of the hominid clan, especially in the East. Back then, they had won the Black Abyss martial arts exhibition tournament with his help. Now, it was him who had found the most important thing. A mere praise was not enough to express the gratitude of the hominid clan. Fortunately, junior sister, Su, had the foresight to become his Dao companion. In this way, Lu Yi could be considered half a member of the hominid clan, and it was natural for him to contribute to the hominid clan. Senior brother is too kind, Lu Yi modestly said, looking at the Xiangyin sisters who had a difficult expression, and said, Senior brother, let them go first, they're my people. Su Yuqing, who was smiling sweetly, narrowed her eyes slightly. Your people? Lu Yi suddenly felt a chill down his spine and hurriedly explained, They are my subordinates. When we fought for the core, they also contributed greatly. Oh, Chen Xianhai raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know what was going on, he still released the suppression on the Xiangyin sisters. The 2 sisters staggered slightly, as if they had just escaped death for no reason. Su Yuqing said, You just said you fought for the core? Fought with who? Lu Yi sighed. This is a long story. Let's find a place to talk slowly. All right. Su Yuqing nodded. She was also very curious about how Lu Yi had brought the core out of the wonder. If the 2 uncle masters don't mind, you can go to brother, Hu and my place. We have found a place to stay in this world. Although it is not big, it is peaceful. Yang Ling suggested, Let's go. Chen Xianhai put his hands behind his back and motioned for Yangling to lead the way. Chapter 1816. Atop a towering mountain in Dingzhou, the sea of clouds churned as far as the eye could see. It was like a fairyland. Lu Ye's voice rang out continuously, occasionally supplemented by Yangling and Hu Dequan. Gradually, everything that had happened in the inner world was presented in front of Chen Xianhai and Su Yuqing. When they learned that the Red Talisman Association had been hiding in the middle of the inner world for so many years and hadn't submitted to an enemy several times stronger than them, including one led by Rizhao, the two Rizhao nodded slightly. The foreign cultivators they had selected back then had been carefully examined and nurtured over a long period of time. Now, it seemed that most of the cultivators they had sent out were trustworthy. When they learned that the blood ancestors' precious blood in the inner world had gained sentience, Chen Xianhai and Su Yuqing couldn't help but pale. They didn't know that a drop of the blood ancestors' precious blood had been left in the inner world, and that the precious blood had gained sentience and was about to infiltrate the core's origin. However, they finally understood why Yu Yao had been unable to find anything when she went to search for it. According to Lu Ye's conjecture, the core's origin was protecting the humanoid cultivators. It didn't want them to wander into the inner world, so whenever a humanoid cultivator entered the wonder, the inner world would avoid them. The foreign cultivators they had sent out didn't receive this treatment. Some of them encountered the core and wandered inside, while others didn't and returned empty-handed. As Lu Yi slowly narrated the events of the final battle in the origin space, the two Rizhao also learned about it. When Lu Yi finished, Su Yuqing and Chen Xuanhai's expressions became strange. Chen Xianhai looked at him in surprise. In other words, at the final moment of the battle, the core's consciousness used its body as a cage to imprison the precious blood's consciousness. Then you refined it all. Yes. Chen Xianhai and Su Yuqing glanced at each other, knowing what the other was thinking. Then Chen Xianhai asked carefully, "What changes did you experience after refining the origin?" Lu Yi said, "There aren't many changes, but I can use the origin to easily control the inner world, and I can also mobilize the inner world's foundation. On the way back, I encountered an insect hive, and I used this method to suppress and kill a solar insectoid in the inner world." Although Chen Xianhai had expected this, he still didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Lu Yi said this. As for Hikaru's death, although it wasn't a small matter, it was nothing compared to the current situation. Seeing the strange expressions on Chen Xianhai and Su Yuqing's faces, Lu Yi asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Chen Xianhai opened his mouth as if he found it difficult to speak. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Junior sister, you tell him." Su Yuqing nodded, looked at Lu Yi, and said softly, "Lu Yi, you have traveled a lot in the starry sky. Have you ever heard of the title of Realm Master?" Yes. Lu Yi nodded. Jiangshang was the sector lord of the limitless realm in the four-way galaxy. The Jade Conch realm also had a sector lord called Chou Wu. Su Yuqing continued, "There are actually two types of realm masters. One is a real realm master, and the other is a fake realm master." Lu Yi was puzzled. There are real and fake realm masters? What's the difference? Su Yuqing explained, "The biggest difference between real and fake realm masters is that they have not refined the source energy of a realm. For those who have not refined the source energy of a realm, the so-called realm master is just an honorific title given to them by the cultivators of this realm. They may be the strongest person in their realm, or they may be the most respected person in their realm. But no matter which one it is, there are not many conveniences in their realm. A real sector lord is different. Because he has refined the origin of this realm, he can freely use this realm's foundation for his own use. Just like what you did when you suppressed Hikari from the Zerg clan. With a single thought, he can even turn this realm upside down and collapse. Such a sector lord can be said to be the real master of this realm." Speaking of this, Su Yuqing looked at Lu Yi faintly, a complicated look in her eyes. Qun Xianhai also looked at him with a similar expression and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Sending Lu Yi to the illusionary blood magic I Wonder was to let him search for information about the core. The hominin tribe didn't even have much hope. After all, generations of hominins had worked hard for so many years, but to no avail. If Lu Yi could find even a little bit of information about the core, it would be a huge gain. In the end, no one expected that in just a few short years, Lu Yi, who was only at the mid-stage Moon Jade Conch realm, would be able to bring the core back from the illusionary blood magic I Wonder. Not only that, he had refined the core's source energy and become its master. The core's return was a good thing, but it wasn't a good thing that the core now had a master, especially if the master wasn't from the hominin tribe. One could imagine that after the 3 Fengsuan mountains merged, Lu Yi, as the master of the core, would naturally become the master of the entire Fengsuan mountains. This was something the blood ancestor had always coveted but had never been able to do. I told you to find the core, not to refine it. Lu Yi blinked and seemed to realize something. He immediately turned to Chen Xianhai and said sternly, "Senior brother, don't worry. Although I'm a human, since I've become Yuqing's Tao companion, my heart will definitely be with the hominin tribe. In the future, I won't do anything to betray the hominin tribe. This little brother's heart is clear to heaven and earth, and the sun and moon can bear witness to it." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Su Yuqing's jade-like hand. Su Yuqing immediately blushed and struggled with all her might, but she couldn't break free. Yang Ling and Hu Dequan were shocked. One of them hurriedly looked up at the sky, while the other looked down at his feet. The Xiang sisters also looked away in time. Qun Xianhai felt a headache coming on. When they first met, Lu Yi had called Su Yuqing senior sister. Now that he realized the pros and cons, he called her Yuqing. This person was too realistic. Qun Xianhai took a few deep breaths and calmed his somewhat chaotic aura. After a moment of silence, he said, "This is a serious matter. We have to inform the others immediately." He also knew that Lu Yi hadn't intentionally refined the core's origin. According to Lu Yi, it was the origin's consciousness that had guided him. Otherwise, how could Lu Yi, a mid-stage moon jade, have refined the core? When Mount Fengsuan was still intact, the hominin tribe had tried to refine the core's origin, but none of them had succeeded. Mount Fengsuan, that was a starry sky treasure. How could it be refined by someone so casually? Lu Ye's refinement was a huge coincidence. The corrosion of the blood ancestors' precious blood, the weakening of the origin's consciousness, and the choice of life and death had led to a mid-stage moon jade becoming the core's master. Throughout history, such a thing had never happened before. Regardless, this was a serious matter. They had to inform the other 2 tribes Rizhao as soon as possible. At this moment, everyone was definitely waiting for news. The red-faced Su Yuqing nodded slightly and turned to Lu Yi. "Let's go to the core." Lu Yi felt his palm being pinched. He immediately nodded. "Then let's go." The group then hurriedly flew toward the core. Along the way, Su Yuqing transmitted her voiceover. "Don't worry. You've already refined the core's origin, so you're the core's master. When Mount Fengsuan fuses with the core, you'll also be the master of Mount Fengsuan. The hominin tribe won't do anything to harm you. It's just that the implications of this matter are too great, so they'll need some time to accept it." Lu Yi nodded. "I'm not worried." He hadn't realized this before, but after hearing Su Yuqing's explanation, he realized just how great of an impact his refinement of the core's origin had on the hominin tribe. From another perspective, if an outsider cultivator suddenly refined the core's origin and became the master of the 9 states, then Lu Yi and the other cultivators wouldn't be able to remain calm, even if that outsider cultivator had made great contributions to the 9 states. After a short while, in a spacious area within the core world, Lu Yi stood to the side and waited quietly. Su Yuqing and Chen Xianhai were busy setting up a complicated formation. The cultivators of Mount Fangsuan could pay a certain price to travel between the various tribes. Lu Yi knew about this, as he had previously traveled from the western region to the eastern region. However, this kind of travel not only consumed resources, but also required the use of some special methods. And these methods could only be used by the hominin tribe in Mount Fangsuan. No one else could use them. The formation that was being set up in front of him was undoubtedly something like a bridge. After working for a few days, the two Rizhao were finally finished. Su Yuqing raised her head and looked at Lu Yi. "You can just wait outside." Lu Yi nodded. In the next moment, the divine senses of the two Rizhao surged. When powerful soul power fluctuations spread out, Lu Yi immediately felt immense pressure and couldn't help but retreat. The ruins of the formation that had been set up shone, gradually turning into light that enveloped the figures of the two Rizhao. In the illusory hall, the blurry figures of Chen Xianhai and Su Yuqing began to appear. After they completely solidified, they transmitted a message through a special method. Soon, illusory figures similar to them appeared in the hall. After several months, the three Rizhao were gathered once again. Someone hurriedly asked, "Have we arrived? What's the situation now?" Before Chen Xianhai and Su Yuqing could answer, someone answered, "Since senior brother Chen and junior sister Su can project here, they are obviously already in the core world. Our junior brother Lu is really amazing. He actually brought the core world out. Ha 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 ha." Hearing this, many Rizhao were in high spirits. Just as this person said, Chen Xianhai and Su Yuqing could project here, so they must have already entered the core world. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do this. And counting the time, they should have already arrived at Jade Conch. For a time, the atmosphere was lively and the various tribes were jubilant. "Senior brother Chen, tell us?" Rizhao, who was the first to speak, said. Chen Xianhai nodded and tirelessly told them the information he had learned from Lu Yi. Many Rizhao listened attentively. When they heard that Lu Yi had actually refined the core world and now became the master of origin, the group of Rizhao was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 1817. It was like a family had lost a girl, and for various reasons they sent an outsider to inquire about her whereabouts. In the end, the outsider did a good job. Not only did he bring back the girl, but he also cooked the rice. Most importantly, the core wasn't as simple as losing a girl. After refining the core, he would become the master of the entire Fangsuan mountain. The Rizhao couldn't accept this. No one could allow such an existence to rule over their entire race. In fact, it could even be said that the future of their entire race would be handed over to this outsider. How preposterous! How dare that brat? How dare he? Rizhao beat his chest and stomped his feet in grief. It was as if the girl and his family had really been cooked by an outsider. The illusory palace was in an uproar. The matter of the core's origin being refined was undoubtedly a huge blow to Rizhao and the others. As Rizhao, their temperament and cultivation were extremely high. Ordinary matters wouldn't cause them to be so emotional. However, today's matter concerned the future of their race, so they couldn't be blamed. Chen Xianhai watched coldly from the sidelines and couldn't help but sigh. He knew that the situation would develop in this direction. Rizhao, who had a fierce temperament, was enraged and shouted, "Kill that brat! The core will have no master." Someone immediately spoke up. "That's not right. He helped our little human race find the long-lost core. Now that the three tribes have merged, it's a great merit. It's fine if we don't express our gratitude, but how can we kill him? If so, what will become of our little human race? Besides, he's not completely unrelated to our race." Lu Yi was Su Yuqing's Dao companion. Rizhao, who had spoken earlier, also realized that he had spoken without thinking. He looked at Su Yuqing and said, "Junior sister, please don't blame me. I'm used to speaking without thinking." Su Yuqing said indifferently, "Then senior brother better change your habits." It won't be good if you cause a misunderstanding. They couldn't kill him, but if they allowed the situation to develop like this, no one would feel safe. For a moment, the Rizhao felt helpless. After a while, someone spoke up leisurely. I'm curious about one thing. As far as I know, our junior brother Lu is only at the middle stage of the Moon Jade realm, right? Even if he had the help of the core's consciousness when refining the core's origin, it shouldn't have been so easy. How could the core's consciousness and the blood ancestors' precious blood be so easy to refine? Even for us Rizhao, who can guarantee that we'll succeed. Furthermore, how did he refine the blood ancestors' blood? The blood progenitor's precious blood has terrifying corrosive power. Even if someone is only touched by the rain of blood, they will gradually turn into a first-generation blood tribe member. How did Yu Yao refine it without being affected? Hearing this, many Rizhao turned to look at Chun Xianhai. Chun Xianhai was taken aback. He shook his head slowly and said, I've neglected to ask. It was mainly because he was too shocked to know that Lu Yi had refined the origin and become the master of the origin. He only wanted to quickly inform the rest of the sunshine and did not think to ask about this. There is more. Rizhao continued. According to junior brother Lu, at the last moment, it was the origin's consciousness that actively sought him out and helped him refine it. In other words, no matter how we look at it, the origin's consciousness thinks highly of him. Why? What is so special about him that the origin's consciousness would entrust the success or failure of the battle against the precious blood to him? Although the origin's consciousness was not a living creature, in terms of knowledge and experience, it was not inferior to Rizhao's. In fact, it was even stronger. So, this matter was very strange. Why would the origin's consciousness make such a choice? What did it value about Lu Yi? Or was it simply a last resort? However, this was obviously not logical. If this was the case, there were many cultivators with cultivation levels higher than Lu Yi's that could have chosen him, such as Yang Ling and Hu Dequan. They had been in the inner world for so many years, so they undoubtedly had more advantages than Lu Yi and were more likely to be recognized by the origin. However, the origin did not choose them. Instead, it chose Lu Yi, who had not been in the inner world for long. So, the most likely explanation was that there was something special about Lu Yi that caught the origin's attention. Can I trouble junior brother Chen and junior sister Su to lead junior brother Lu here, so that we can ask him in detail? Rizhao asked. Instead of guessing here and there, it was easier to ask him face to face. After he finished speaking, he looked at Su Yuqing. Junior sister Su, don't worry. No matter what the result is, unless junior brother Lu has been infected by the precious blood and becomes a blood kindred, I will guarantee his life. The speaker, Rizhao, came from the south and was the oldest among all the Rizhao present. He could also be said to be the most respected. This could be seen from the way he addressed Qin Xianhai as junior brother. His guarantee was undoubtedly very strong. Chun Xianhai looked at Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing pondered for a moment and nodded. Then, please wait a moment. I will lead him here. As she spoke, her figure faded away. In the inner world, Lu Yi had already retreated far away, waiting silently. Suddenly, Su Yuqing's voice came to his ears. Lu Yi, come here. Hearing this, Lu Yi hurriedly flew forward. At the same time, Su Yuqing's divine sense enveloped him, relieving him of the pressure. After a short while, Lu Yi stood in front of Su Yuqing. She grabbed Lu Yi's hand and said, Don't resist. I will lead you to a place. Rizhao of the blood kindred has something to ask you. Okay. Lu Yi nodded. Su Yuqing asked worriedly, Have you been infected by the power of the blood ancestors' precious blood? No. Su Yuqing looked straight at him. You can't lie in front of me. I really haven't, Lu Yi repeated. Let's put it this way. I have a special refining ability. I can refine anything in this world that is harmful to me. Su Yuqing was stunned. What kind of ability is that? Such a terrifying, refining ability should not be something that Yu Yao could possess. Lu Yi thought for a moment before replying, I don't know either. The innate skill tree was a name that he had given himself, so he did not know how to explain it to Su Yuqing. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and he said, when the core essence came into contact with me, it mentioned the Tao tree bloodline. From what it said, it seems to think that I belong to this bloodline. What? Su Yuqing's pupils contracted. The core essence thinks that you belong to the Tao tree bloodline? I don't know. In any case, it only mentioned it casually, but it didn't ask too many questions. However, I have refined many things since I started cultivating, and I can refine anything that is harmful to me. Furthermore, under my inner vision, I can see that there is indeed a tree in my body. Su Yuqing's heart trembled, being able to refine anything that was harmful to him. The Tao tree bloodline, she slowly nodded. I understand. You can stand to the side for now. There was no need for Lu Yi to ask Ri Zhao face to face. Lu Yi retreated. Moments later, Su Yuqing's figure reappeared in the illusory palace. Seeing her return alone, the group of Ri Zhao were puzzled. Su Yuqing's voice sounded. Lu Yi is the successor of the Tao tree bloodline. I just found out about this. There was a short period of silence in the hall, and soon someone exclaimed, the successor of the Tao tree bloodline? Junior sister, are you sure? Another successor of the Tao tree bloodline has appeared? So that's how it is. Many of the Ri Zhao were like country bumpkins who had never seen the world as they cried out in surprise. Even Chen Xianhai looked at Su Yuqing in shock, wondering if he had heard wrongly. Quiet down, what are you doing? The most prestigious person in the south, Ri Zhao Ri, spoke in a dignified manner as he looked at Su Yuqing. Junior sister, is this true? Su Yuqing said, Lu Yi told me that when he came into contact with the core essence had mentioned the Tao tree bloodline. Furthermore, Lu Yi also said that since he started cultivating, he had refined many things, and he could refine everything that was harmful to him. Under my inner vision, there is indeed a tree in his body, and he is of the fire element. The southern Ri Zhao nodded slightly. The Tao tree bloodline can refine anything in the world. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Clearly, the core essence had sensed that Lu Yi was the successor of the Tao tree bloodline when it came into contact with him, so it was at ease to help him refine the core essence. This was because even the blood of the blood progenitor could be refined by the Tao tree bloodline. If the successor of the Tao tree bloodline has refined the core essence, the southern Ri Zhao pondered before turning to look at everyone. It doesn't seem that unacceptable. The reason why the Ri Zhao of the Mini-Man race had such a huge reaction to Lu Yi becoming the Lord of Origin was mainly because Lu Ye's current cultivation was too weak. Even if his potential was not bad, no one could say for sure what he would become in the future. He was still an outsider. However, the successor of the Tao tree bloodline was undoubtedly worth looking forward to. Su Yuqing said unhurriedly, when I first met him, he was only at the early stage of the star constellation stage. At that time, it was only a dozen years ago. The group of Ri Zhao could not help but be shocked. A dozen years ago, he was at the early stage of the star constellation stage. A dozen years later, he was already at the middle stage of the moon jade stage. In the entire world, only the successor of the Tao tree bloodline could achieve such a terrifying cultivation speed. As expected, the future was promising. Amidst the silence, the southern Ri Zhao said, it is a fact that the core has been refined. Unless we can lose our humanity and ignore the huge contribution, we can kill junior brother Lu Yi before he grows up. However, I think that none of you here will be able to do such a thing. Fortunately, junior brother Lu can be considered one of us. Since he has refined the core, he has refined it. Moreover, based on what we know now, junior brother Lu's character is trustworthy. I think we should wait and see. Seconded. Ri Zhao added. Seconded. Seconded. The three Rizhao re-expressed their opinions one after another, and the matter of the core being refined was settled. The southern Rizhao re-looked at Su Yuqing again. Junior sister, I'll leave junior brother Lu to you to take care of. It's true that the Dao tree bloodline has great potential, but we must not let him walk on the path of evil. We need to be vigilant because of what happened 10,000 years ago in the 9 regions. I don't want our race to repeat the mistakes of the 9 regions. I understand. I will take good care of him. Su Yuqing nodded solemnly. Chapter 1818. In the inner world, Lu Yi watched as Su Yuqing and Chen Xianhai slowly came back to their senses, and the terrifying soul force fluctuations also slowly subsided. Chen Xianhai turned to look in Lu Ye's direction with a slightly complicated expression and said, Junior sister, I'll leave it to you. Su Yuqing nodded. Only then did Chen Xianhai fly out of the outer world. Lu Yi glanced in the direction he left and walked toward Su Yuqing. After standing in front of her, he asked, What's wrong? The way Chen Xianhai looked at him just now seemed a little strange. Su Yuqing pondered for a moment and then stretched out her hand to Lu Yi and said softly, Come. Lu Yi placed his hand on her palm, and in the next instant, pure magic power wrapped around him, and the two of them flew towards the nearest spiritual peak. After a while, Su Yuqing took out 2 chairs on that spiritual peak and sat opposite Lu Yi. Lu Yi felt that she should have something very important to tell him, otherwise there was no need to be so serious. However, Su Yuqing had not mentioned it yet, and he did not want to urge her, so he waited quietly. After a long while, Su Yuqing said, How much do you know about the Dao tree lineage? Lu Yi shook his head. I know nothing at all. He had heard this title from Fong Lao, but at that time, Fong Lao did not say too much and asked in return, You know? Previously, when he mentioned the Dao tree lineage, Su Yuqing clearly had a different reaction, clearly having heard of this lineage. I've heard of it. In fact, there are records of the Dao tree lineage in Rest Abyss Pavilion. Su Yuqing nodded. Lu Yi was surprised. Why didn't I see it? When he first entered Heart Mountain, he had stayed in Rest Abyss Pavilion for several months, imprinting a large amount of information about the starry sky and bringing it back to the 9 provinces, filling in the gaps in the 9 provinces' knowledge of the starry sky. Su Yuqing said, There are some secrets in Rest Abyss Pavilion that are not open to outsiders. Lu Yi understood and was wondering why he had not seen any records of this. Tell me about it. Lu Yi sat up straight. He was actually very interested in his inheritance, and back then he had asked Little Nine about it. Unfortunately, Little Nine could not give him any answer, only telling him that Lu Yi was not the first person to obtain this inheritance, and that before Lu Yi, several cultivators of the 9 provinces had obtained it, but they had not been able to grow. Su Yuqing's voice sounded, What I know are all things recorded by the ancestors of my clan. I have never seen it with my own eyes, so you can just listen to it. Some things need your own judgment. Lu Yi nodded. The Dao tree is a legacy and a very powerful one at that. There is only one person in each generation, and its specific form should be, as you described before. When you look inside, there is a tree in your body. The last time the successor of the Dao tree appeared, it was 10,000 years ago. At that time, there was an extremely famous top domain, which was also the domain of the human race. It was even better than the current yellow dragon domain, and could be said to be the domain of the human race. Unfortunately, it was a top-grade realm like this that was destroyed in the end because of the Dao tree lineage. Why? Lu Yi frowned. He did not have a deep understanding of how strong the yellow dragon domain was, but after living in the 10,000 forms sea for so many years, he had heard of the yellow dragon domain's great name many times. Now, on the 10,000 forms sea, the yellow dragon domain monopolized a top spiritual island. 10,000 years ago, the human race's domain was even stronger than the yellow dragon domain, but such a domain was destroyed because of the Dao tree lineage. Lu Yi was somewhat puzzled, and did not know what kind of cause and effect was involved. Su Yuqing said the Tao Tree successor of that generation was a cultivator of that top domain. He rose from nothing and became famous in the starry sky. The speed of his growth was extremely terrifying, but he did some things that angered the heavens and angered many forces. Not only was his reputation ruined, even the domain he came from was implicated. When she spoke up to hear, she glanced faintly at Lu Yi. There's nothing in the world that the Tao Tree can't refine. Your cultivation speed is so swift, and it's probably related to your own inheritance. I presume you're aware of how much assistance this inheritance provided to you during your growth. Lu Yi nodded seriously. Without the talent tree, he would never have been able to achieve what he did today. In the process of your growth, have you ever used the power of the Tao Tree to refine living beings? When she asked this question, Su Yuqing's expression was extremely serious. Lu Yi decisively shook his head, never. Are you sure? I'm sure. Lu Yi nodded. In fact, Lu Yi had discovered this long ago after the first change of the talent tree. Since he could activate the power of the talent tree to refine spirit stones, then he could completely refine the spiritual power in the bodies of cultivators for his own use, and even refine their qi and blood. If he really did so, then every cultivator would be a cultivation resource that he could refine. But Lu Yi did not do so, because he felt that doing so was no different from eating people, and it was somewhat difficult for him to accept. So until now, no matter how many enemies he had killed, even if some of them were not of the human race, he had never refined them. That's good. Su Yuqing let out a long breath, completely letting go of the worry in her heart. She was really afraid that Lu Yi had done something similar. Is there some hidden danger in doing this? Seeing the change in her expression, Lu Yi vaguely guessed. Su Yuqing nodded. There is a hidden danger, and a very big hidden danger. The Tao Tree lineage can refine all things, but there is one thing that can't be refined, or rather, it can't be completely refined. What? Lu Yi was extremely surprised. Up until now, he had never encountered anything that he could not refine. As long as it was something that could help him grow, it seemed that he could refine it? The 7 emotions and 6 desires. Su Yuqing's red lips parted slightly, or rather, the emotions of living beings with flesh and blood. 10,000 years ago, the successor of the Tao Tree lineage did not have outstanding aptitude, and could even be said to be very poor, but he quickly discovered a way to quickly improve his aptitude, and that was to kill enemies and refine them. This kind of refinement seemed to not only allow his strength to grow, but also his aptitude. It was as if the Tao Tree could deprive others of their aptitude to strengthen itself. Relying on this method, his strength grew stronger and stronger, and his aptitude became more and more outstanding. But the more living beings he refined, the more evil his nature became. Every enemy he killed was filled with all kinds of negative emotions before they died, and these emotions could not be completely refined by the Tao Tree, so they could only accumulate in his body. Later on, in order to better improve his strength and aptitude, he secretly murdered many cultivators from powerful forces, including the successors of some of the top domains. Because these people were all extremely talented, they were of great help to his growth. He walked further and further down this evil path, causing more and more deaths. In the end, he lost himself and brought disaster to the domain he came from. After this matter was exposed, countless powerful forces joined forces to besiege that domain. Countless Sunshine Realm experts participated in the battle, and the people of that domain were plunged into misery and suffering. If the experts of that domain had not been prepared and created a mysterious treasure to move the domain away, I'm afraid that the entire domain would have been destroyed in that battle. Lu Yi originally thought that he was only listening to a story that happened 10,000 years ago. The fate of his ancestor made his heart tremble, and he was secretly on guard. But when he heard this, he suddenly felt a strong sense of familiarity. An expert of a certain realm had long been prepared. He had created a mysterious treasure and moved the entire realm away at the critical moment. He hurriedly asked, what was the name of the successor of the Tao tree 10,000 years ago? Which domain did he come from? Su Yuqing thought for a moment and said, that person was called Chao Nian, and the domain he came from was called the 9 States. At this point, she raised her hand and grabbed Lu Ye's hand, looking at him seriously. Lu Yi, you must learn from Chao Nian's mistakes. With the Tao tree, you have faster growth than anyone else. You must not be greedy and refine living creatures. This will only harm you and not do any good. Of course, Lu Yi would not do such a thing. If he wanted to, he would have done it long ago. Moreover, to him, cultivation was very simple. As long as the talent tree had enough fuel reserves, he could just drill into the Wanxiang Sea. Why would he refine living creatures? Since he did not embark on this evil path in his early years, he would not do it in the future. I understand. Lu Yi nodded and looked at Su Yuqing. Yuqing, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Su Yuqing looked at him seriously. Lu Yi gave her a thumbs up. The domain I came from outside is the 9 States. Su Yuqing blinked her big eyes. Isn't it the 9 heavens? She still remembered that Lu Yi used to call himself Lu Iya of the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens is just a name to outsiders. A senior once instructed us that when we go out, we must never mention the words 9 States. Therefore, the cultivators of this domain have always called themselves the 9 heavens to outsiders. This matter was destined to be unable to be hidden from the Shaoman tribe, because in the future, once Mount Fangtzuan merged, they would know the truth about the 9 States sooner or later. And in front of Su Yuqing, Lu Yi had even less of an intention to hide it. Su Yuqing was stunned, then immediately reacted. Your 9 States and Chao Nian's 9 States. Lu Yi nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, it's the same 9 States. When he first met Little Nine used a method to let him see the scene of the previous 9 prefectures being besieged. At that time, he didn't know what the previous 9 prefectures had done to provoke so many strong enemies to besiege them. Unfortunately, Little Nine couldn't explain this matter to him because when the previous 9 prefectures was besieged, Little Nine's intelligence had not yet been born. The reason why it could let Lu Yi see that scene was mainly because that shocking battle had left a deep impression on the origin of the 9 States. Little Nine was the combination of the tool spirit of the Tianji disc and the origin of the 9 States. Naturally, it reappeared with the origin of the 9 States. Only now did he know that the origin of the calamity of the former 9 States was actually Chao Nian. It was Chao Nian who had taken the evil path and offended too many powerful forces. So everyone joined forces to attack the former 9 States. Every morning, he had to spend a long time fighting against his cough. This time, he did not know how long it would take for him to completely recover. Happy National Day. While you're at it, ask for a monthly ticket. It seems to be double. End of this chapter. Chapter 1819. The former 9 States, where Chao Nian was from, was a top-level domain. Unfortunately, a single shift had exhausted almost all of the domain's resources, causing the 9 States to weaken. It was only a few years ago that it was barely promoted to a large domain. Now, everything was developing in a good direction. The cultivators of the 9 States had left the starry sky and connected with the 10,000 elephant sea. The 9 States itself had the flower domain attached to it. The two complemented each other. Coupled with the special existence of Little Nine, the 9 States had leaped into a large domain that could rapidly grow. This was an advantage that no other domain in the starry sky could reach. It could be said that the future of the 9 States was worth looking forward to. In front of Lu Yi, Su Yuqing suddenly understood. So, 10,000 years ago, although Chao Nian died, the inheritance of the Tao tree was still left in the 9 States. That should be the case. Lu Yi nodded. This inheritance might have had other owners before Chao Nian, and after Chao Nian, it might have had several owners until Lu Yi obtained it a few years ago. I see, Su Yuqing murmured. Lu Yi looked at her. What did you think of? Su Yuqing said, Actually, when I saw these records about the 9 states in Chaonian, I was puzzled about one thing. The 9 states was the top-level domain occupied by the human race. Even if Chaonian had done many evil things, the various factions only needed to kill Chaonian to take revenge. Why did they gang up to attack the 9 states? Now that I think about it, Chaonian was probably just a trigger. The inheritance of the Tao tree was their true goal. They must have known at the time that the inheritance of the Tao tree was still in the 9 states. Ordinary grievances were not enough for those factions to target the 9 states, but if there were enough benefits, it would be different. The temptation of the inheritance of the Tao tree was too great, and Chaonian's actions gave them enough reasons and excuses. Thus, a great show of many factions joining forces to besiege the 9 states began. If the experts of the previous 9 states era had not been prepared, expending enormous energy and wealth to create the Plate of Heavenly Secrets, and using the power of the Plate of Heavenly Secrets to shift the 9 states away, the entire 9 states would have been dug up after that battle. Lu Yi, Su Yuqing said in a serious voice, the senior you mentioned was right. When you go out, you must not mention the 9 states. 10,000 years is a long time, but for those great factions it is not that long. The name of the 9 states and the inheritance of the Tao tree can lead to disaster. Lu Yi nodded. As for the little human tribe, only Ri Zhao and I know about this. The news will not be leaked, so you can rest assured. Right now, Lu Yi was the master of the core source. In the future, he was destined to become the master of Mount Fangsuan. It could be said that he was already bound together with Mount Fangsuan. It was a relationship where if one of them suffered, the other would suffer. If one of them rose or fell, they would rise or fall together. The sunshine of the Minimen tribe naturally wouldn't do anything that was disadvantageous to him. Lu Yi was not worried about this. But then again, after chatting with Su Yuqing today, she learned some secrets that were closely related to her. Suddenly he thought of something. Oh, right. How long would it take for the 3 Fangsuan mountains to merge together? Su Yuqing did some calculations and replied, Our eastern region is the closest to here. It will probably take less than 3 years. The southern region will take more than 10 years. The western region is the furthest. I'm afraid it will take at least 30 to 40 years. Then I have to hurry. Lu Yi was deep in thought. There was plenty of time for the south and west to integrate, but the east only needed less than 3 years, which was very urgent. What's wrong? Su Yuqing was confused. Lu Yi explained, Although I've already refined the core source and also refined the blood ancestors' precious blood's consciousness, the drop of precious blood's corrosion of the core world is omnipresent. Now, there are still remnants of the precious blood's power in the entire core world. I have to carefully sort out and completely purify the remaining power of the precious blood. Only then will the Mini-Men tribe have nothing to worry about after Mount Fangsuan is integrated. Is 3 years enough time? Su Yuqing's expression tensed up. She clearly also realized that if the remaining power of the precious blood was not completely sorted out, it would lead to terrible consequences. It's about time. It doesn't matter if it's not enough. When the time comes, I'll seal the core, and the eastern region won't be able to integrate. He had already sealed the core before, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to do it again. Then I'll have to trouble you. Su Yuqing nodded. Lu Yi looked at her beautiful face and blinked. It's indeed very difficult. If there's a reward, I'll be even more motivated. Su Yuqing smiled and stood up. I'll wait until you're done sorting out the core. After saying this, she rushed out of the core world. Lu Ye's voice came from behind her. You said it. After watching Su Yuqing leave, Lu Yi finally calmed himself down. After a short while, his figure flickered and he entered the core space. As far as the eye could see, the core source was like a great sun. However, it was different from when he first saw it. At this moment, the core source was no longer shrouded in blood-red light. Instead, it was pure and flawless. The core source was unharmed, but the entire core world had yet to be sorted out. Lu Yi directly jumped onto the core source and sat down cross-legged. With his identity as the master of the core source, he investigated the entire core world. He extended the power of the talent tree and slowly refined the remaining power of the precious blood. He didn't need to worry about the 9 provinces, not to mention that there were now 4 late-stage Moon Jade Realm cultivators overseeing the 9 provinces. There were even 2 in the Sunshine Realm. Lu Yi believed that while he was sorting out the core world, Su Yuqing and Chen Xianhai would take good care of the 9 provinces. Day after day, year after year, sorting out the core world was extremely boring, but Lu Yi didn't dare to be careless. Otherwise, if there was even a little bit of the precious blood's power remaining, it could cause unpredictable consequences. As he continued to refine the remnant power of the treasure blood, Lu Yi could feel his own holiness growing. At this moment, he really wanted to know how much power Blazing Heaven would have been able to display if he hadn't died and stood in front of him. If he had used his holiness to suppress him, how much power would he have been able to display? Before refining the blood ancestors' precious blood, his own divine nature was already incomparable to that of the blood race. Now that he had refined a drop of the blood ancestors' precious blood, his divine nature had grown even more. This kind of suppression was fatal to the blood race. Su Yuqing and Chen Xianhai would occasionally come to the core world to investigate the situation, but they didn't disturb him. Only once did Lu Yi take the initiative to contact Su Yuqing. He learned that they were now in the 9 provinces and were living leisurely and comfortably. For the 2 of them, all they had to do now was wait. It wouldn't be long before the core world led the eastern core world over. In the future, when the southern core world and the western core world returned, the hominid race would be unified. Both Ri Zhao and Qin Xianhai were looking forward to this. Mount Fangsuan had been divided for a long time. In their generation, they finally had the opportunity to restore the glory of their ancestors. Everyone felt honored. Nearly 3 years passed by in a leisurely manner. On this day, Lu Yi carefully examined the core world several times. After confirming that there was no more power left in the core world, he let out a long sigh of relief. Including the 3 years he had spent refining the precious blood, he had spent a total of 6 years in the core world. During this time he hadn't cultivated, so his strength hadn't increased at all. But in his opinion, it was all worth it. First of all, although his strength hadn't increased, his divine nature had undergone earth-shaking changes. In the future, when he faced the blood race again, even if it was Ri Zhao, he would be able to deal with them calmly. Moreover, he had become the core world's master. In the future, he would be the realm master of Mount Fangsuan. In this way, the hominid race would become the strongest backing of the 9 provinces. When he traveled outside, he wouldn't have to worry about any problems in the 9 provinces. After 6 years of hard work, he had reaped all these benefits. He had profited greatly. As for his own strength, he could make up for it with a trip to the 10,000 Elephant Sea after the matters here were settled. Moreover, after so many years of consolidation, Yu Yao's mid-stage cultivation base was stable enough. Delighted, Lu Yi came out of seclusion. His figure flickered, and he exited the core world. "Lord!" A familiar voice immediately rang out. Lu Yi turned around and found that it was Xiang Yin and her sister, who had been guarding here all this time. Lu Yi nodded slightly and turned to look in a certain direction. He could vaguely feel that there was something very close to him rapidly approaching. It seemed to be a part of him that was missing. He immediately understood that Mount Fangsuan in the east was coming. That feeling of missing something was the core world's master's intuition. It wasn't that he was missing something. Where are senior brother Qin Xianhai and senior sister Su Yuqing? Lu Yi asked. Xiang Yin immediately replied. The 2 of them left a few days ago to welcome Mount Fangsuan in the east. Madame said that there would be some turbulence in this fusion, so they had to return to the east to oversee it. Madame also asked me to pass on a message to Lord. Please oversee the core world and maintain stability. Lu Yi nodded. I understand. After carefully sensing for a while, he confirmed that Mount Fangtsuan in the east would fuse in less than a few days. Lu Yi decided to wait in the core world. He instructed, You two can leave. You're not needed here anymore. Yes. Xiang Yin and her sister accepted the order and left, heading straight in the direction of the 9 states. Lu Yi raised his head and glanced at the blood-smelting realm in the distance, suppressing the sudden throbbing in his heart. No matter what, the fusion of Mount Fangtsuan was a top priority. He had to resolve this matter first. Once again, he flashed into the inner world and waited quietly. A few days later, Lu Yi, who was overseeing the core world, suddenly opened his eyes. Even though he couldn't see anything, he could clearly sense that Mount Fangtsuan in the east was coming. Almost at the instant this thought appeared in his mind, heaven and earth changed. A loud buzzing sound rang out from all directions. The space of the core world became distorted, and the entire world seemed to become much more complete all of a sudden. The territory was also rapidly expanding. It wasn't expanding. Instead, it was like the missing pieces of a puzzle had been pieced together. And this piecing together caused a core world and even the east to tremble and become restless. Lu Yi raised his hand. With a thought, he mobilized his origin power. It was like a large, invisible hand, brushing past the turbulent area. In an instant, the turbulent area became peaceful. The turbulence caused by the fusion of Mount Fangtsuan in the east and the core world lasted for half a month. After half a month, when the dust had settled, Lu Yi could clearly sense that the core world had expanded many times. There were also many more familiar sceneries that originally belonged to Mount Fangtsuan in the east. End of chapter.